learn. There are 5 elements, but most importantly is the sociality, the social aspect of learning. It's not just the a individual effort for effective learning. Actually, another wonderful book that really complements Eiler's book is Relation-Rich Education, that is also being widely discussed among higher education administrators in the US. So human connection, that really drives the college in higher ed. And that's what I mean. Both these 2 books are telling us, regardless of how sophisticated technology becomes, there's this, it's the human touch, a human connection that really determines the effectiveness and the success of higher education, of educational efforts. So think about that in the age of AI. So in addition to teaching, I think how we do research is also fundamentally transformed. 10 days ago, New York Times published this wonderful article talking about how AI is revealing in terms of how research can be done. Because in 3 hours, what AI can process is equivalent to a dozen of biologists, 150 years of work. Think about that, especially in structural biology, in the genomics. Google has an AlphaFold project in terms of developing the protein structure. All these new development will fundamentally alter what, at least minimum, make us rethink how we should consider the research efforts at both individual and at the institutional level. So now, let me quickly shift gears. How much time have I left? 7 minutes? Okay, I have 2 more topics to cover. But AI in terms of social mobility, this one is relatively easy because based on all the indicators we have seen, AI is not helping in terms of moving people's social mobility. As a matter of fact, it doesn't matter which scale we are looking at. It's the inequality is widening, from local all the way to global level due to the exclusion, the virus bias in both the data and the algorithm. As a result of that, the public trust and the skepticism about AI in the context of social mobility has really increased in recent years. That is why there has been this growing massive legislative efforts, in EU, in North America, in China, in terms of how the so-called develop responsible AI, how we govern, they put some guardrail in terms of AI development. Again, the interesting examples of this internet celebrity in China. I know many of you probably have heard this Dong phenomenon, but it's really interesting. Think about in terms of the social mobility contest. He's before the drama happened late last year or earlier this year, people actually were complaining that he's making only 500 million a year. But look at the other, by the way, the other 3 internet celebrities, they are making billions a year, but I have never heard of them. But this is just another indication in terms of the distribution of wealth and power in society. In today's digital economy and the AI world, it's not democratizing, helping narrow the gap between have and have-nots. Actually, it's getting further skewed. And also, and part of the reason is the data bias in terms of how these AI tools are being trained, and also the algorithm that have been, there's this wonderful book by Joy Balamwini. She's an African-American scholar. She did her test that for some of the passing through her gated community, she's an African-American woman, but she has to wear a white mask to pass through some of the gated community easily. So that's she wrote a book, Unmasking AI, based upon her story. It's really fascinating. So again, I talk in terms of a global disparity. It's as shown on this cartogram. The haves and have-nots. It's really enlarging, not narrowing. And we have to come up with a comprehensive approach in terms of data diversity, audition, algorithm transparency, and make a human in the loop through the, for example, the public interest technology initiative, and also to develop new policies and regulations, and more importantly, to educate the public in terms of what is really going on into those AI, especially generative AI tools, and so the approach that we are trying to developing at Virginia Tech is our mantra is harnessing AI for IA. IA stands for intelligence augmentation, not AI for AI's own sake. So the acronym is AI for IA, or IA, not AI. So and of course, to address the social mobility challenge, there are two proposed solutions out there. One is UBI, universal basic income, especially to help those who are unemployable in the AI age. And secondly, to really invest in this new effort called ethical AI development. So, and I don't have time to get into the new social contract idea. So what I would like to, for my last topic regarding AI and urban development is one key message is obviously AI can optimize urban infrastructure, transportation, and the resource management in the context of smart city development, smart grids, smart waste management, especially in the context of mobility and transportation. I'm particularly intrigued by this UAM, urban air mobility. It's or otherwise known as flying cars. So the technologies are there, but the rules in terms of how to manage the low altitude flying cars that needs a lot more work to deal with this new urban mobility. Another very important aspect I think is really ignored. I think when mentioned about it is really about the sustainable, the environmental aspect of AI. AI can play a role in terms of sustainable development. Let's not forget that especially for generative AI, behind it is a massive server farm. It consumes a massive amount of energy and water. This is some of the earlier work in terms of preliminary calculation of energy consumption. So there's also some very interesting study in terms of water consumption. For example, for each of the query you type into ChatGPT, keep in mind that you are leaving a significant carbon footprint in the real world, because behind it, it's billions of calculations supported by the server farm. And those servers that would require a significant amount of energy and water to make it work. And the ChatGPT, Sam Altman is doing a fundraising effort. He recently unveiled that he needs $7 trillion to make to develop his AGI tool. So I did a quick calculation just from the environmental perspective. If he does indeed succeed in getting $6 billion he dreamed for, but the environment impact would be really quite significant. So I don't have time to cover some of the other topics I prepared, but let me just very quickly summarize my take whole message of AI on these three topics. So AI in the future of work is really a mix. It's will eliminate lots of jobs, but also create new jobs. But if we are not careful, all the intended new opportunities will be pushed to its opposite. And AI, in terms of AI social mobility, it's really the dark side. Right now, it's very problematic in terms of continuing to enlarge the gap between the haves and have-nots. But in terms of urban development, I know our primary focus have been focusing on efficiency, equity, but also let's not forget there is a smart city behind all these AI tools. It consumes a significant amount of material and energy. We need to care about the carbon footprint of AI technology as well. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much for your really inspiring and assuring speech. I know why HKBU invites you to be the guest speaker today, because you're meant to be bringing good news for our humanities students or arts and social science students that you still got bright future in the era of AI. So thank you very much. So now let's welcome the second guest speaker, Dr. Dorenda Du. And she is a president of Guangdong Artificial Intelligence Industry Association and member of Standing Committee of Guangdong Provincial Association for Science and Technology. The title of her speech is Digital Economy for Common Prosperity.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, good morning. It's my great honor to be here. As someone who has worked in the artificial intelligence technology industry for years, I'd like to share my thoughts on AI applicants and AI technology, as well as AI and other industries, how can promote each other and develop each other. Now, look back at last year, 2023. We have been amazed by the human-like wisdom of AI and breakthroughs in cognitive intelligence and AGI. Such rapid development and AI's integration into our daily life are even beyond the expectation of veterans in this field. Zhou Hongyi, you know, the founder of 360, who is very active on the internet, once he said, if someone proposed to do AGI several years ago, all the bosses of Chinese internet companies will give him a big slap. But now OpenAI is a wake-up call for everyone. Another wave of breakthrough in cognitive intelligence has started even before the wave of a perception intelligence is totally behind us. In this year, 2024, with AI, facing with AI, entrepreneurs roll up their sleeves, technology companies go all in, entity companies are seeking change, media is hyping up its potential, and the investors want to invest, but dare not invest. The wave of AI is surging forward again. According to my rough research, there have been a slew of major breakthroughs in just 2 or 3 months. We see that AI plus hardware has become the most dazzling star at the beginning of this year. Aloha robot, you know, makes many people yearn for a nanny-like family robot for the first time. At the CES exhibition in the United States, AI plus hardware was the center of everyone's attention. AI PC and AI mobile phones made their debut, and people rushed to place orders for new AI-powered products, even though they didn't get the best hands-on experience. After the Spring Festival, Sora once again attracted the attention of the whole network. So, at present, what are the trends of AI large models worth attention in 2024? We can see them from two aspects, technology and application. First, let's see the technology trend. First, you see AI large models will become more and more intelligent, means smarter. On March 5th, Anthropic, a company founded by former OpenAI employees, launched the Claude 3 large model, which comprehensively leads GPT-4 and Gemini in the benchmark test of large models, causing a great shock in the technology world. Of course, OpenAI is expected to release GPT-5 this year, which is said to have stronger reasoning ability and less hallucinations. If GPT-4 can do 10% of what human being can do, it will be 15% or 20% for GPT-5, according to Sam Altman. The most intriguing thing is Q-Star, theoretically developed by OpenAI. General large models like GPT usually have parameters of 100 billion levels. And now Q-Star is said to have 125 trillion parameters and will achieve real AGI in 2027. In a word, we can see that the technical iteration of general large models is very fast. The technology known by the outside world is often not the latest one. Second, we see the trend is multimodal. Currently, GPT-4 and large models in China are developing themselves into multimodal ones. Languages are no longer the only way for human beings to communicate with large models. Large models now understand pictures and videos. Gemini, released by Google at the end of last year, is different from the original multimodal patchwork. From the beginning, it is trained with data from text, video, audio, image, and other modalities. In a recent viral video, a person performed a cups and balls routine, a magic trick where a ball is hidden underneath one of 3 moving cups, and the Gemini is able to determine where it moved to. This release of Sora and has pushed the multimodal ability of AI to a new level. The biggest value of multimodal technology is to help AI go from the online world to physical world. The third trend is AI agent. It refers to AI that can understand, plan, and execute complex tasks independently. We can now use big model applications to write things, but question and answer model is still inefficient. AI still needs step-by-step human guidance, but real intelligent agents should complete complex tasks on its own. You only need to give a command, for example, help me arrange a business trip to Shanghai. The AI agent in my mobile phone can come up with an itinerary based on my preference, and information available on various mobile phone applications. As to AI application, I'd like to share the several examples. I chose these several aspects. First, AIGC will become more and more common in our daily life. Recently, the recruitment app called 猎聘 released data. During the first week of 2024 this year, the number of AIGC released jobs increased by 6 times year on year. And last year, AIGC was still something new and mysterious. I believe that this year, AIGC will be integrated into the daily work of more white-collar workers. From copywriting to design, and even film and television shooting and acting, people can work without AIGC tools and prompts. With the development of AI-generated video tools, AIGC works will inevitably preview the whole internet. How to guide and control the development of AIGC works in a good direction will soon become an important issue. Now see the second, AI for science. For basic scientific research, large models will also become a powerful assistant. The famous mathematician Tao Zhexuan successfully solved a mathematical problem by using the ideas provided by GPT. He said he did this because he actually accurately set up the role of AI and asked AI very professional questions. As a result, GPT-4 can give very high quality answers. Not long ago, the AIMO International Olympic Mathematics Competition was set up specially for AI, where AI and human beings compete with each other. The prize is up to $10 million, and it got huge support from Tao Zhexuan. In the future, it will be more deeply integrated with biology, physics, chemistry, and other fields. AI will be integrated into scientific research tools and public platforms. We can get AI's help for every step of scientific research. This will bring fundamental changes to scientific research methods. AI for science is not only for frontier researchers, but also for daily experimental work. With the help of robot technology and AI, the experimental process is expected to be highly automated, efficient, and accurate. This not only accelerates the experimental cycle, but also reduces human errors to a certain extent. We can see more reliable experimental results that other than also can get by using the same methods. Recently, researchers at Carnegie Mellon University developed an assistant called Co-Scientist using GPT-4, which can synthesize substances independently. For example, it's asked to synthesize aspirin and ibuprofen. It will first search the synthesis route on the internet, then design the experimental plan by itself, and then write the code to control the machine to complete the synthesis experiment. This achievement was also published in Nature magazine. And third, enterprise private large models. General large models like GPT have large parameters and high computing power requirements. ChatGPT requires more than 30,000 NVIDIA A100 chips and an initial investment of up to $800 million. It's estimated that the total training cost of GPT-3 with 175 billion parameters is up to $12 million. However, for the various needs of specific industries and enterprises, large model with 10 billion parameters is good enough. In this way, companies can put large model equipment into their office, create low-cost, 10 billion private large models. For example, a company can directly own private large models for intelligent customer service instead of relying on AI giants like Baidu or Tencent. In the future, private large models will provide intelligent customer service and work as digital employees. They can also help entrepreneurs analyze business data, make business decisions, and act as digital bosses. The fourth important application trend is AI plus hardware. The development of AI hardware will be boosted with lightly and locally deployed large models. Last month, Google released an open source lightweight large model, Gemma. It's called Gemma. It features two models with parameter scales of only 2 billion and 7 billion, respectively, and can be directly installed on our PCs to run. Lightweight large models can also be directly deployed in hardware products. For example, a floor sweep robot. We do not need a robot to chat with each other and do copy writing, but only need it to sweep the floor. A large model works if it enables the robots to plan routes, avoid obstacles, and choose different ways to clean different floors. The chips built in the local equipment can meet the computing needs well enough. Companies like Xiaomi are exploring in this direction, which will greatly lower the cost of computing power. User data stored locally will also protect privacy. As a smart hardware company, Xiaomi proposed an interesting formula. It said technology strategy equals software times hardware and then raised by AI as an exponent, which means deep integration of software and hardware and comprehensive enabling of AI. Driven by lightweight model technology, AI capability will be found on every electronic hardware product. In retrospect of the development of technology and people's shopping habits, we found that digital products usher in a new era almost every 10 years. In 1990, it was PC. In 2000, PC internet and feature phones. And in 2010, mobile internet and smartphones. And 10 years later, in 2020, smart EVs, electric vehicles, were introduced. So with the rapid development of AI, what will be the next breakthrough in the coming decade? I think it should be robots. Therefore, there may be 3 types of products integrating software and hardware in the future. One is electrical appliance fastened to a support, such as PC, smart home appliance, and intelligent conference room. The second is portable gadgets, including laptops, mobile phones, smart watches, and VR or AI glasses. The third is those that follow or drive you around, such as intelligent EVs and future household robots. If we look at the competition between China and the United States from the perspective of the current large model technology wave, can China catch up with or even surpass the United States? Before ChatGPT, we have always said that China and the United States are the dual leaders in the artificial intelligence competition. But with the birth and popularity of ChatGPT and Sora, I think China companies are getting anxious and making great effort to catch up. Not long ago, Zhou Xiaohu, a very famous investor of Jinsha River Venture Capital, clearly expressed his pessimism on China's development of large models. First, the cost of training is too high. Second, he's worried about the source code may be published and made available to the public when we are in the middle of spending more and more money to develop this source code. So how can we be rational about the competition between China and the United States in the field of large models? I think we should admit that the US is ahead of us in the three major ingredients. It's data, computing power, and algorithm. In terms of data, the United States can easily access huge data from the whole world, as well as high-quality data, such as Wikipedia and leading academic journals. However, the data available to China's AI industry is insufficient in both quantity and quality. Although we can easily access data in Chinese, those data pales in comparison with data in English collected around the whole world. But China has a solid industry chain. A lot of enterprises have their own private data. These data are not public. They cannot be used to train hundreds of millions of general large models. But when customized large models or private large models become a necessity among all walks of industry, these data can exert great influence. In terms of computing power, the US government demands NVIDIA to halt selling GPU chips to China. What China gets are lower power versions of advanced chips. This inevitably slows down the training of large models. But on the other hand, this ban on advanced chips forces China to develop its own chips. For example, iFlyTek Spark is trained by Huawei's chips. According to iFlyTek, Huawei Shengteng 910B is almost as strong as NVIDIA A100. In terms of intelligent computing power, China accounts for 45% of the world's total, and the United States accounts for 28%. China definitely leads the world in scale. Meanwhile, China is also vigorously promoting the construction of East data and West computing. Recently, at an AI-themed conference, state-owned Access Supervision and Administration Commission put forward the consolidation of China's AI foundation. It proposes that the majority of our resources should go to where they are most needed and our strength resides in. And China should speed up the construction of intelligent computing power centers. In terms of algorithms, we can't deny that the United States pays more attention to the innovation of basic theories. It has repeatedly made major breakthroughs in basic AI algorithms, while China is trying to catch up in this regard. However, we must acknowledge that China excels in AI algorithm research and boasts large numbers of talented professionals. Just this month, the famous open source team in China, Colossal AI, recreated Sora by using public data and made it available to the public. Moreover, it reduced the cost by 46%. That is to say, in terms of algorithms, we can catch up real quick. And we are good at accelerating the iteration of algorithms because in China, there are large numbers of opportunities to put algorithm into actual use. Another thing I want to emphasize is that China government has a unique way to mobilize resources across the society. The current executive competition has dilute our efforts and wasted a lot of data and computing resources. Therefore, we hope that our government may mobilize resources across the country and keep in place and market competition at the same time. For example, the government may build a high-quality national data platform and put in place a data sharing mechanism. It may centralize fiscal funds, top talents, advanced facilities, and other resources to make major breakthroughs in AI technology and fundamental researchers. It may also invest more in the education and training in AI and related industries. And third, we should make full use of other industries to boost the development of AI. China boasts comprehensive industries and a complete industrial chain and leads the world in industrial information and digitalization. Our leading companies of general large models should not irrationally compare their large models' performance and test scores with those of that GPT. They should instead focus more on the needs of 2B enterprises and build up usable professional large models by making full use of private data and industry know-hows of various industries and enterprises. These are China's advantages over the United States and even the rest of the world. For example, Huawei's Pangu large model is tailored for various industries and businesses. We believe our large models can be boosted by application in hundreds of thousands of industries. Therefore, beneath the development of AI large models is the integration of the virtual world and the actual world. It will be in various non-virtual industries that we see the integration of digital and the real economies in the future. As we just discussed, AI technology companies should embrace non-virtual industries. But on the other hand, non-virtual industries should also embrace AI and large models. The embrace should be mutual. For non-virtual industries, what exactly is digitalization? Is it the replacement of human beings by machines, automation, or information? Companies will become outdated if they take digitalization as a tool and leave it to the IT department. The essence of digitalization today is to overhaul business models. When working out the basic structure of business models, companies should bear in mind that hardware should be defined by software. If they don't, they belong to the past era. In the era of IoT, we'll see the integration of hardware and software in various products. Products will become a company's communication channels and service terminals with its customers. In the future, providing value-added services via terminals may become a company's golden goose, which means that manufacturers will also become service providers and operators. I believe that in this process, China's AI large model will play a huge role and found its own glorious path. So at the end of my speech, I believe that technology always derives from the real world and from the needs of the real world, and should serve the real world. So let's use the technology to build a beautiful, wonderful world together. Let's use AI, use AGI. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers and moderator. If you have any questions to the speaker, please be reminded to scan the QR code. Let us know your thought.
Thank you very much, and Dr. Du, for your thought-stimulating speech. Now we're going to have a 20-minute coffee break. So after the break, we're going to hear another guest speaker delivering his speech, followed by a roundtable discussion. So please join us later. See you later.
Because he wanted to announce another speaker.
And welcome back. Now, let's invite the third guest speaker coming onto the stage. He is Mr. Lawrence Lee Lu Yan, SCJP, Chairman of Financial Services Development Council. The title of his speech is Connection Between the Mainland and the World Economies Through AI. Lawrence.
Hello, good morning. I'm mindful of time. One of the nice things about being one of the later speakers is things will inevitably overrun, and you can prepare a shorter speech than is originally allocated. And I promise to be short. I told Raymond that I will regard it as my job to catch up on time and leave plenty for the panel discussion and Q&A, and Raymond tells me that the panel discussion can in fact become a whole auditorium-wide discussion. So I will probably skip through or zoom through some of the slides I want to present to you. But before I start, let me assure everyone that the presentation was not done by AI, which probably explains why in some places it is not as lucid and as well researched than had we simply trusted the whole thing to AI. I'll begin by telling you something about the organization from which I come. Wow, on a rare occasion, we have IT malfunction. Is there somewhere I need to point for this to work? Okay. I come here today less in my legal capacity and in my capacity as chair of the Financial Services Development Council. The official definition of our role is a high-level cross-sectoral advisory body. For those of you who are not deeply in finance, let me tell you that the financial sector has traditionally been viewed as banking versus securities versus insurance versus asset management versus private equity, so on and so forth, rather sectoral view of things, and laws and regulations and government handling, including, in fact, government development of various financial services had traditionally been more sectoral, one might even say silo, and therefore, at some point, it was thought that it would be good to have a cross-sectoral high-level advisory body to try to cut across those views. Now, for those of you who actually come at it from the technological point of view, more advanced perspective, you would probably think right off the bat that it rather suggests finance to be an old school, traditional, backward, etc., kind of business, and you wouldn't be too far off. Another thing that the FSDC is tasked to do is to engage the financial services industry in formulating policy proposals. This year, one of our big topic is not squarely AI. One of our big topic is applications of all sorts of technologies to finance. Finance people are probably a little bit more short-sighted than most. For after all, we care about our bonus not even at the end of this year, but at the end of this quarter. And so even when it comes to technology, oftentimes the focus is on the technologies and on the platforms that can be turned into fairly quick use. And perhaps because of that reason, FSDC's focus on technology right now is on, I can tell you, blockchain, big data, and data security and data sharing. But in the areas that I have just named, oftentimes AI comes up as, you know what, let's not work on today's solution. Some of the problems that we face today will either go away, be easier to solve, or in fact metamorphosed into something quite different from what we see today. We have our eyes fixed on our job is for Hong Kong as an international financial center. Now, to us, that line is actually quite important. It's not just a throwaway line. And that's because that line tells us that our task is not to benefit a particular sector, not to benefit a particular stakeholder. For after all, let's even take the banking sector, for example. We have international banks, we have local banks, we have mainland banks. Our focus is for the betterment of the whole of Hong Kong as an international financial center. Now, I'm also mindful that words can be viewed two ways, and that's important to us too, is because of that task of betterment of Hong Kong as an international financial center, we, for example, tend to go less into social issues. We are very mindful that finance and aspects of finance have different impact on local population to external service users, longer term ramifications for Hong Kong, but we can't really study or speak to all the possible issues. And so at times we will in fact say, yes, our focus is limited. We think our focus on betterment of Hong Kong as an IFC is already quite a big chunk to bite off, arguably already quite difficult to chew. And there will often be times where we say we recognize the ramifications or the related issues to what we are studying, but we are simply unable to go in those directions. We are 10 years old. We were established in 2013. We tend to carry out our work as policy research, market promotion, and human capital development. But even increasingly, we're experiencing that the three have to work with each other. To let you in on something, we're currently doing 2 research projects jointly with our counterpart in Saudi Arabia. So you can see that that kind of research has all 3 elements in it right away. We are doing policy research simply by doing it with an actor, a party in the Middle East. We are no doubt carrying on some market promotion functions. And the very research that we are doing, I won't even go into the topic, the very fact that we have to develop the ability to look at things in a wider perspective is human development. And we oftentimes do research by including market practitioners. And so in the example I just given, you can see how the market practitioner is also benefiting from that collaboration with someone from elsewhere in the world. We have more than 100 experts engaged at any one time. This I think of as the FSDC family. That's our board members. We have a board of 7. We have a board of 18, only one of which is a government official, and the chair plus 16 other board members by our constitution have to be drawn from the private sector. We have 5 committees and countless working groups, all essentially staffed with either market practitioners or academics or our own in-house staff. So those committees and working groups are not in any way staffed by anyone from government. We care greatly about this for 2 reasons. One, that gives us a network into the financial services industry, and 2, that ensures that we're trying to look at things from the market perspective. If not very long-term, market is not necessarily very long-term all the time, but certainly not from the control or pro-regulation perspective. And we try to speak to things that at least money-wise matters. So that's the FSDC. We have published 61 research papers since 2019. I'll probably say 95% of our research papers are published. Very, very few of them are not. And those that are not published fall into the category where our recommendations by the mere publication will probably make it more difficult to implement. There are times when you're advising on government policies that the mere mention of the recommendation is just going to make the implementation more difficult. And those kinds of recommendations will become internal advisory papers to the government. Our betting average is actually quite good. We have made 200 plus policy recommendations, and we have an adoption rate of 66% by the government, which of course loops back to why there is a very small minority of papers that we have to keep private because the market perceives us to have a good adoption rate. And so if we go out with a recommendation, there's oftentimes talk on whether, you know what, is actually the government going to be soon adopting this? And that actually feeds on itself and make some recommendations more effective, but there is a minority of which will become less effective by the mere publication. So that's our scorecard. Now, turning to AI. I thought it's always dangerous to invite a lawyer or a finance guy to come speak about AI. I'll tell you why. I was at lunch yesterday at a club in Central, and on the way out, I was in the elevator with two ladies. They were talking about where to send their kids to school. And I picked up that one lady was challenging another for still thinking about the UK. I'm quoting. I actually think I will end up sending my kids to the UK. So let me disclose that. So Mother A was challenging Mother B about sending the kids to UA. And her argument was as follows. Why would you send kids to the UK except to do law? A usual argument because there is a perception that if you want your kids to do law and come back to Hong Kong, then you wouldn't send the kid to US or other jurisdictions where the system is not as close. And so this mother, number one, obviously was on the assumption that anything else you would send to not UK, but law. And then she said, we can debate that assumption, not for today. The second line she said was the interesting one, is with AI, we won't need lawyers. And I was sitting there thinking, well, one, I know a lot of people think that. I mean, that's a very extreme way of saying it, but a lot of people express the concern that with AI, you won't need as many lawyers, or you will need very different kind of lawyers. Because for most people, they think of lawyers as people who write briefs, people who write things, people who research case law, people who take precedent of contracts and adapt and adopt into the new situation. And frankly, all those skills is already replaceable by AI today with very little human assistance. And so whenever I hear that sort of point, my usual answer is this, is you're right, but it's already happening, so don't worry. Right? The very fact that it has been happening for some time, and there are still lawyers that the legal profession is still recruiting, tells you that there is adaptation, there are ways to upskill, so on and so forth. Now, but I lately have been thinking, is my answer really as good as it is? Which takes me to a finance example. I recently have to think about the following question. Have mainland Chinese tech companies who have gone to the US for listing and fundraising done as well as those that have come to Hong Kong? That was the general question, right? You can understand this question as a general proposition. Now, to take this general proposition and turn it into a piece of research work is not easy because you have to make certain assumptions about what you mean by mainland tech companies that has gone to the US. Do you mean companies that is incorporated in the mainland, funded in the mainland, or does use mostly the mainland market, right? That's through three different definitions. What do you mean by have gone to the US? What is having done better than Hong Kong? There are further complications about how some, in fact, quite a large number of mainland tech companies do fundraising, even dual listing in both the US and Hong Kong. So there are all these complications to that question, which, if you think about it, is what, if I pose that question, and I posed that question to the research staff at the FSDC, and I know that is what the FSDC research staff spend most of the time deciding. It's refining the question into something sensible. So what my research staff was able to do is this, is to say, oh, okay, my chairman asked me this question. I understand the chairman's perspective. What is the chairman trying to get at with this question? my research staff is able to understand my needs and therefore is able to interpret the question, refine the question, fill in the blanks. My research staff understood that I am trying to understand whether Hong Kong is whether I can make the case that Hong Kong is a better place for companies that operate or market in the mainland to do their financing needs. That's a refined version of my question, right? But even that is not the perfect. And my research staff is able to understand that by my question, that is what I was trying to get at, and therefore fill in the blanks of some of the definitional problems or research problems with taking my question. My research staff took, they were quite good. They took about 2 days to do it, to take my question and turn it into multiple slides, tables to answer my question. I then had some further questions for clarifications, and then we arrived at a product. It then occurred to me that let's try to ask that question of AI, all right? And because we were doing an experiment, what I did was I took the exact question that I text to my research staff. I was out of Hong Kong at the time, so I text her my question. I took exactly that question with all its imperfections, including typos, fed it into AI. The AI came back with a set of analysis. It's not just qualitative, it has numbers too, but it was totally not usable. And I thought about this. How come? Right? In fact, its research capability is a lot better. And I realized this is because in the human communication, what I was able to do is I spent less time refining my question so that my research staff did the refining, because I can rely on my research staff to understand what my needs are. Whereas if I want AI to replace my staff, that doesn't quite happen. What I can do is to have my research staff refine the questions so that it asks better, it removes the typo, it asks a longer question, it states the definitions and assumptions to AI, and so on. And we then repeated our exercise, and it came back much more sensible. And we were looking at that, we're thinking, you know what? We had our research staff spend about 2 days on the original research. So I asked them casually, if we go this other way, where we don't cut you out, you're still there, but you use more of the AI tools to do your research, how much time do you think you will save? And my research team thought about it and said, probably 1 day. So end up saving about 50% of the time. Which brings me back to what I earlier said. You still need the human. The human now needs to know how to use AI. We are not yet at a place where you can get rid of the staff and I do it. And it probably is actually not efficient for me to directly take up that skill. Now, but with that in mind, it does translate into human terms. Whatever CC is very good. The very fact that I found our staff can do things at 50% of the time, my next thought is that they can do twice as much things. Now, unfortunately, some employers will probably think, oh, that means I just need half the staff. So I will leave it to someone else to decide the social and human ramifications of that situation. Now, but that situation is coming. It is going to be huge. I'm sure the next few slides that I'm going to go is not news to you. The AI market globally is estimated to be, and I actually should say guesstimated to be, these numbers are all guesses, guesstimated to be, frankly, it says 600 plus billion US this year. I think of it as, you know what, since it's a guesstimate anyway, nearly half an order of magnitude of growth. China is 18% of that, which is highly surprising for anyone who knows anything about China. There is one thing that China has invested heavily in multiple ways, whether in infrastructure, in education, or in adaptation, is technology. So it is hardly surprising that China's AI market is is estimated to be 1/5 of the global AI market. In terms of just large language models, it's estimated to be 3 billion out of 30 billion in the world. And embedded in that is a question of whether those models are actually translatable to the world. My short answer is I don't know. If anyone here can enlighten me, please. It is said, perhaps it's fashionable now to particularly quote patent filings because President Xi quoted patent filings the other day in saying that China should do more in turning technology or turning breakthroughs and discoveries into commercial use. And he made the point here borne out by patent filing numbers that China has done really well in terms of patent filings, but perhaps less so in commercialization. But that is not to say adoption is in any way low. I'm not going to go through all the numbers here. If we look at the different sectors of adoption, it is said that retail is going to go as far as 90% adoption, telecom at 65%, healthcare at 53%, and manufacturing 82%. Probably broadly in line with common sense that if you think of it in this way, that is the less human, and this is the funny thing, the less necessary human element there is, the higher the adoption rate. And if you think of retail as a very human business, then you probably haven't been to the latest retail store where people really prefer to not have any shopkeeper, not have any teller and checkout counter. And the latest I've seen is you don't even need to do your own automatic scan, that they're developing technology where you just pick up the goods, you walk out, and somehow at the door, they automatically scan everything. They know what goods you are carrying on you. And not quite yet that they can scan your credit card at that stop too. You are supposed to be a member of that store. So when you walk in, they know who you are. But one day we're going to get to a situation where the retail experience, whether online or offline, is going to be completely humanless. And you can imagine in that sort of business, AI adoption rate and the use really can explode. I'm not surprised that of at least these four factors, healthcare is going to be one where the human need remains there and it's hard to replace. But what is there even to note is that healthcare starts off at a fairly low base at 7%, and is targeted in a course of just 2 years that we're going to get an AI adoption rate of over half. This is also an interesting slide for those of you who study not just the technology aspects of AI, is of course AI breeds a lot of issues from all ends, right? From adoption, from safety, from security, from how AI can be used for fraud, from data sharing, from frankly even national security. You can imagine that something as powerful as this is going to have or invite all sorts of regulatory concerns. And I've always thought interesting that internationally, there are fewer people who study China's response to all these concerns. I find it interesting, not just because China actually has fairly comprehensive, I won't say fairly comprehensive, relatively comprehensive, that is to say, China's regulatory responses to the various aspects of AI is as comprehensive as most, perhaps with the exception of EU, but I would suggest that China's response, if one studies these various initiatives, is instructive in two ways, even compare with other systems. One is there's a more experimental bent to it, that China's regulatory response are quite willing to in line with how it has always approached regulatory responses to introduce experiments. And you will see in these responses, there are even places where, as China is actually fond of using, is to say, you know what, let me test a set of measures in a geographic, in a particular geographic area where probably some other legal and regulatory systems in the world are not, doesn't really have that option as much. So you see some responses being tested out in Shanghai, some responses being tested out in Shenzhen. And another reason why I think studying China's responses or attempts at regulating or defining AI is worth studying is, of course, because China sits in a context where there are probably more government levers over different aspects of technology and different aspects of data. And putting aside ideological debates and political debate, the very fact that they start with more levers, I think we can safely say it's going to make them more effective at achieving certain ends that we can all agree is good. For example, one of the examples I will turn to later, I note the time, is facial recognition. For financial institutions, the use of AI, and let me throw up a term that I must confess, to entirely understand. Deepfake is a problem. But if you have more government levers, if you control your data more deeply, you probably stand a better chance at rooting out deepfakes, or you stand a better chance at catching deepfakes. To me, that is inevitable. But does it mean that, what normative choice do you want to make between the two? I think traditionally, and I'm US educated, traditionally we have always been on the side of, you know what, wherever there's a normative choice between a more liberal way of doing things and taking on a bit more risk and the more control way, I think our instinct is with the more liberal way. But I think what AI pose as a matter, and speaking as a lawyer and someone who think very hard about regulation, is I need to correct myself on that instinct, because the potential for AI to do harm is huge. Anyway, I do have to zoom on. AI in financial services. I think we can safely say that financiers will not miss an opportunity to make a buck. And on that note, it's easy to understand that in financial services, financiers and the financial services sector approaches AI essentially in two ways. One, not on the screen, is what AI can I invest in? That probably, honestly, is the bigger question, or the question more on the mind of financial services people right now, is what AI can I invest in? And ironically, less so is the question on these on this slide, which is employing AI to do data analysis, decision making, streamline process, advanced security, cost reduction. I think we can safely say that data analysis, cost reduction, and enhanced security are the three areas that is drawing more attention. Cost reduction always draws attention. Data analysis, as I has earlier shared my personal story, it's a ready area for us to think about how we can do it, and enhanced security is just a need. It's come to a point where you cannot not do it. Whereas decision-making and streamlined processes are two areas that you don't really see widespread. You don't see every financial institution thinking about. This is an attempt to visually present how generative AI is widely used in the various financial services actor in China. You don't need to remember all the logos. Take it from me that we look at a bag of logos and we discover that pretty much everyone that is of note, every logo that me and my staff can recognize ended up being here. So the adoption is widespread. And again, a piece of statistics, someone estimates, as I said, I always thought of these things as guesstimate. Someone put out a guesstimate as high as $3 trillion in terms of commercial value to the financial industry in China alone. Now, what does Hong Kong offer? I actually want to say, in addition to the things on this and the next slide, what we really offer is events like today, in venues like today, but I'll come back to that in just 1 second. The government and the industry are not slow in catching up, and you will see that they are themselves very much caught on. There is adoption rates, things that we are happy to talk about, and frameworks and regulatory sandboxes being put in place. And mindful of time, I'm going to zoom again, that this issue of government support of AI and recognition that this is important for all of us has even featured in the Chief Executive's policy address and the budget. But I do want to loop back in and recognize several things. Probably if I say Hong Kong has a natural advantage in AI, I would be overselling it. So I'm not going to do quite that. But what we provide is several industries where AI can be put to test. We provide very good springboard in testing the AI in Greater Bay Area. We provide a very good platform for collaborations between experts from different jurisdictions, including, of course, notably the mainland. And lastly, and this is the last thing I would put in, perhaps in line with my role as Chair of Financial Services Development Council, my promotional brief, the last thing I would say, the thing that we really offer that I would say is you're hard-pressed to find anywhere else, is institutions like BU and institutions like the Palace Museum, where you can come chat, you can come have a good time. And may I say, while you are here at the Palace Museum, I hope your agenda is not so packed that you will not have time to go to the museum. May I recommend halls 5 and 6? I'm a big fan of the Palace Museum. While the Hong Kong Palace Museum will not have as many national treasures as in Beijing or in Taipei, we are quite smart. We realize that our biggest selling point is not going to be the next national treasure artifact, but a deeper perspective into things, a more interesting perspective into things. And halls 5 and 6 tells the story of the palace as one, a living palace. We often forget that the palace is not just about the national treasure level bow and jade piece and painting. Thousands, tens of thousands of people lived in the palace to serve the emperor and his family and the whole dynastic machinery. And they use everyday bowls. And so there is a story to be told of palace as a living palace, as basically just a district in Beijing that had to sustain itself. So there's a very human story there. And I think Hall 6 talks about the salaries books. You will not believe this. We have actually kept the salary books of hundreds of years ago. And there is a story there about how a craftsman needed to take a couple of months off to go from Beijing back to his home province. I can't remember where it is, but it is far enough that he needs to take a couple of months off to travel back to his province. And he has to apply for leave. Now, you and I today apply for leave by filling out an email or a database form. He actually, back then, had to write it down. And of course, he didn't write it down. He told his supervisor to write it down. And it bubbled up the machinery, and then it was approved and so on. And so I am proud that even though Hong Kong is a financial, international financial center, we are not without culture. We are not without insights. And we are certainly full of fun So for those of you who are coming in from afar or otherwise not having had a chance to take full advantage of the Palace Museum, as well as the M+ Museum across the lawn, let us not detain you for too long. I will end here so that we can go straight into the discussion session. And may I encourage you, while to be active and engaging in the discussion section, do leave some time to go see the two museums. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Lawrence Lee, and your speech is very insightful and very encouraging. Please remain on stage because we are going to start the roundtable discussion. But of course, and we are going to invite another guest speaker, Professor Daniel Sui, to come onto the stage. And also just remind you that the roundtable discussion is not just about our discussion; it's also your discussion. So we really like to have your input, and perhaps show us the QR code, so you can scan the QR code and send in your questions. Actually, I've already received some of them. Alternatively, you can also, I will give you time to raise your hands. So, and then our staff members will hand over the mic to you, and then you can ask your question instantly. Okay. So now let's invite the two guest speakers coming onto the stage to join me for the roundtable discussion. Well, first of all, I think having a lawyer and on the panel discussion is always a challenging task. They are so articulating. So I think my challenge now is to manage the time, make sure we can have a lunch on time, okay? But having said that, I would like to start a discussion by asking you, both of you, a very kind of a basic question. Because in my research and recently on AI technology, especially on the impact of the economic development, I saw PwC did a research predicting by 2030, actually the GDP growth will be 14% higher than it should be because of AI. And also some people started describing AI technology will be the fourth industrial revolution after, steam engine and electricity or information technology. Well, I would like to ask you how would you describe the impact of AI technology on the future economic development? Are you also so optimistic or not? Perhaps starting with Professor Sui.
I think it's really contingent upon the time horizon. Like, what's the time frame we are talking about in terms of its impact? I think in the short term, for the next 5 years or so, the impact will be probably quite substantial, as Lawrence has shown in terms of the global investment. But my sense is probably the high. All the new technological innovations go through a hype cycle. I think AI is pretty much at the peak of this hype. And so I agree with Wayne that I think the bubble will burst just like all the previous hypes. So the long term, I'm sure 5 years from now, we will be, hopefully we will be sooner, we will be talking about something else. So my bet would be quantum computing. So take my word. Let's see.
Lawrence.
One, I would heed the advice of experts. And two, my personal experience, I'll often hark back to this. I'm older than I look. I was in university during the tech bubble. Most of my friends went into .com. None of them stayed. If back then you asked me which .com to buy, I would say Yahoo. And where is Yahoo now?
They're still there.
I know, but from a point where it was the name to now one of the names. So I am sure the bubble will burst. I use the same analogy when people ask me about blockchain. The bubble will burst. Crypto assets, the bubble, well, actually by now, one might say several of the crypto bubbles have burst. But going back to .com, can you imagine a day when you don't go to .com, different .coms, more than half a dozen times before even breakfast? I counted. I interact with at least 4 .coms before I get out of bed. I check my email, I look at the weather, I look at the news, and I check on the kids. So I think the thing about AI, it's going to be what Professor said. There's a hype. We might not be at the top now. It will be over. But after it's over, it will stay. You no longer will talk about it. It will be so integrated into what you do. That is actually all the more important, but you don't talk about it. You're going to be talking about quantum computing or something else. But actually, that's the phase when AI is already in your life.
Will be haunting us forever. Okay. Well, in that sense, of course, I think a lot of us might be asking, is it good or bad? Will actually AI bring us more good than bad or not? Because in a way that we all know, and for business, it's a lot of kind of a positive, optimistic thing, and productivity, and in a way, economic growth. But for human beings like us, is it beneficial, really? Maybe I would like to put forward to Professor Sui.
Excellent question. Actually, there is a slide in my summary slide that I showed the theoretic analysis that precisely try to transcend that kind of binary thinking. It's not either or, it's both. So in the larger scheme of things, throughout human history, I don't think we as a species have solved any problems using new technology without creating new ones. That's just who we are. So all the so-called innovation or new technologies have unintended consequences. And the saddest historical footnote is, if to answer your question more directly, recently I have thought a lot about this issue. So throughout history, the sad historical footnotes, and I think Arnold Toynbee was a great observer of this historical fact, that at each major historical technological innovation, humans have weaponized our new technology to kill each other throughout human history. So no wonder toward the end of Albert Einstein's life, he said that, there are two things that are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. And sometimes I'm not sure about the universe. That's what he said. So what I'm referring to is really the growing weaponization of using AI in warfare, the killing of human beings for, even more automated. So in that sense, I do think, that's very disturbing and challenging.
In that sense, I would like to ask Lawrence, you are dealing with financial service professionals all the time. I just wonder, from your dialogue or contact with them, are they really excited about the arrival of AI technologies, or maybe just the opposite? They are really anxious or even worrying about the increased popularity of AI technology in the industry?
I think my answer to your question is also going to be my answer to your last question. Professor Sui gave a macro humanist answer that even at a macro humanist level, AI is both good and bad. I have a very, very micro answer at an individual level. AI is good if you master it, and bad if you can't master it. And that's the answer to your question of financial professionals. Those institutions and those individuals who think they can master it are really excited. Those who don't want to try to disparage it.
Well, I remember early on, Professor Sui, in your speech, you mentioned about human-machine partnership, okay, which sounds really encouraging. But I just wonder whether there will be some kind of partnership, or maybe the partnership will be in the form of like, an AI will be doing all the work. And the only work left by the human being to do is to watching AI doing things, and or maybe sitting there and with a cup of coffee, and or at the best maybe just put a button or control the AI. Would that kind of extreme scenario happen soon or later?
Honestly, I don't know. But I do think that we need to think about it. I hope humans we are smart enough, or at least we think we are smart enough to do something to prevent that happening. Because I recall in my class, I taught 2-3 years ago on the future of work. I have students from a very diverse disciplinary background, but at the end of class, it was really mind-boggling to me, because the fundamental question we have to answer is, why we need to work and what it means to work. And literally, we come back to the fundamental philosophical question, in the age of AI, really what it means to be human. So I think that's the fundamental question we have to come up with a good answer moving forward.
I would like to tweak the question a bit and try to make it more specific to Lawrence. Try to imagine the future. Do we really need banks? Because when you go into the bank branches, there's no human being there. There are only robots serving you. So what's the point of a visiting branch for, what kind of financial services? Or we just basically stay at home and or send our robots to bank branches for banking services. Would that happen?
Your question is actually very deep. So I'll go from the shallow end first. First, we won't need bank branches. You won't need to go bank branches. That much we are quite certain about. Okay. The next question is, do you need banks as banks? Chances are you will need banks that are not just banks, right? So that they will function as something more. So one step further. The next question is, do you need banks that have people, or are these banks actually all just robot banks, meaning that behind it is mostly computer? Probably there will still be a lot of humans, because human has a need to interact, but it will be quite different. Lastly, and this is the deep, at least as I can immediately think of, the deepest part of your question is, if the human element in banking is substantially reduced, or pushed to certain functions that are perhaps less about banking and more about translation, explaining things, human interaction, maybe you even call it sales, I don't know. But no longer the core. So let's say risk management, security, that sort of thing. Actually, are those functions, do those functions still need to reside in the bank? Can we imagine a world where finance is no longer done by intermediaries, whether you call them banks or securities houses or asset management, but somehow diffused by use of technology into everything? That is, can we imagine a world where when I interact with you financially, we don't need to go through an intermediary? That your wallet and my wallet and your finance app and my finance app and all those things are diffused into the cloud or done by some great algorithm, so then we no longer need a central hub. It is imaginable. It actually is imaginable. And in fact, we see some central banks saying they don't mind that because, well, they won't openly say it because they are saying, well, you know what, all the banks can be replaced. But from a central bank point of view, what do you remove? You actually remove all possibility of bank runs. And so we actually see some smaller countries in the world who basically have no champion banks. They have no champion financial institutions. And they're saying, well, you know what, let me be an experiment ground where we can try this concept of decentralized finance.
Can I comment on that
please.
question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think we moving forward, we have to reimagine the financial system. I think the cryptocurrency, invented by so many players, plus, it's all based on the blockchain technology, and also behind it is really a libertarian, philosophy, decentralized without the central control, is quite attractive along multiple fronts. But whether it will be truly realized, implemented, will be a really interesting question to watch, because they're dealing with the establishment, the financial industry, the sector, the force, because it will be, if cryptocurrency got its way, it will be truly disruptive. But I have been thinking this more in the context of the deep fake and the fictional news. If you think about it, we all tend to think that, humans in our intellectual endeavors, we seek truth, beauty, and the good. But in reality, that's something deeply motivating for human behavior. Actually, we are not based on something true. Truth sometimes can be very, very boring. Humans, throughout human history, human motivation, the behavior, especially human collaborative behavior, is always based on a fictional story. It's the narrative we developed. And I think money and the financial system is one of the biggest fictional story we invented, probably second to religion. So
I just wonder, maybe a supporter of AI would say, yes, that's why we need AI. AI will be more rational than human being in many sense. Well, I think my previous question may sound a bit kind of a hypothetical, imaginary. Now, I'd like to put you forward the two real questions from the audience I just received. Well, it seems to me they're all students. The first question is, do you think the AI is harmful on the study of your students? Sounds very negative. Maybe a professor can answer that. The second question is very similar. How can high school students be survived in the university entrance exam in this fast-paced development of AI? Well, okay. I hope professor can give you more kind of useful tips on that.
First question is AI harmful for
to study?
To study?
Yeah.
I don't think so. If you think AI are harmful, do you think computers or calculators are harmful? or for all the tools that we developed. So that's the concern I expressed when our governor, in the U.S., President Biden signed an executive order regulating AI, and our governor in the state of Virginia, our governor also issued 2 months ago a governor's executive order regulating all different kinds of interesting ways of use of AI in education, especially K through 12. I don't think that's a productive approach. So a more productive approach is we have to understand what the technology is all about, and then developing what I call the human technology partnership, so that I fundamentally believe that education is a social process. Technology, regardless how sophisticated they are, it will never replace that human touch, human socializing process as a part of the integral part of the learning ecosystem. Because all these recent hyped discussion about AI, actually throughout the history, those arguments have all made before. When starting with the printing press, and then the invention of television, computer, all these historical junctures, similar argument have made, and and has been hotly contested, debated how and whether they should be introduced in school. But now we still have schools of all different kinds. I think AI in the future, we have to figure out a way to incorporate it into the educational process, but it will eventually move out of its hyped cycle, to take a more realistic use in the educational process. So what's the second question?
Tips for surviving in university entrance exam.
I know in my travels all over the world, probably only Asia I got that kind of question. But because in the U.S., in North America, and also to some extent in Europe, that's entrance exam is only a tiny little part of the college admission evaluative process. So I think moving forward, if we are really emphasizing the full stack human education to really empower each individual to become what they can potentially be, I'm really advocating we have to get rid of the entrance exam-based college admission system to evaluate more holistically of a person's true social, intellectual potential.
Very useful. You don't need to worry about university entrance exam. Okay. Hopefully that will be implemented, and the ideas and in Hong Kong soon. Okay. And Lawrence, there's one question for you actually, saying that Gary Gensler, head of the SEC, suggests that AI is dangerous and might bring down financial markets. So, and ask for your opinion. What do you think about it?
Well, yes, it is. It is dangerous. Yes, it might bring down financial markets, but it's here. You know what? Internet was dangerous. Algo trading was dangerous. Similar to the question of is AI bad for students? For study, not for students, for study. Actually, I think it is, until we adapt. You will end up losing some things. I was teaching my daughter math, 11-year-old, and the school is already letting her use calculators in studies and in exam, and I was instinctively a bit against that, until I realized, okay, well, you know what? It's not that she doesn't understand the basics. The school actually takes the trouble to teach her the basics. What the school has cut is not the understanding of the mathematical concepts. What the school has cut is the ability to do more math in your head, right? Because you don't drill anymore. The school takes the view that, oh, once you master the basics, you understand this is how this is done, you do it for a week or two, then I'll let you go take the calculator. Now, you're going to lose something along the way. She will never develop the ability to look at some numbers and immediately sense the relations. Only those of us who has drilled numbers for years without calculators has that sense. But she's going to gain something more. And in any event, I'm quite realist about it. No point for me to Beijing the school. The calculator is there. And so same with AI and it being applied to markets. Let me completely agree with the proposition that it's dangerous to market. But what is the US going to do? Is the US going to say, because I'm the largest market, I will lead the way by blocking AI? You know, all the markets are going to say, thank you very much, you block AI. I will allow it. My market will, in the very short term, overtake yours. And let me deal with the long-term harm. Let me deal with the possibility of market collapsing when it comes. And so the US is going to take the view that, you know what, I've got to deal with this risk too. So everyone is being forced to take the good and the bad. And I go back to my answer. Those who can master the good and somewhat control the bad will win.
With the increased popularity of AI technologies, what would the future economic landscape would be like? And who would be actually the dominating forces and shaping the economic landscape? Somebody said that, well, it might be the large language models, or maybe the IT giants and controlling those large language models. Is it true? Do we still have a more kind of regulated or in the way relatively stable economic systems, or maybe in the future that could be even more chaotic than it is now? Maybe I can ask Lauren to take it first, and then Professor Sui can follow up.
I've been thinking about this a lot, mostly as a father. My wife and I have come to this conclusion. In future, it will be engineers or technologists who have a humanist background or humanist interest. Or the other way around. It might be a social science student, but quite able to pick up, or humanities students, but quite able to pick up the technology, who will dominate. So it is the lawyer who maybe started off as an architect or started off as an engineer, or the other way around, maybe an engineer who actually started off. One of my best friends from high school is a computer engineer who actually did his first degree in English. It's those people who will dominate, because to echo something which I hope we have all been talking about, you will still need the human touch. Professor, you and I, before we got on stage, we were talking about journalism. You still need that sense of human behavior, which is probably the last. I don't know, I won't say that it will never be replaced, but I think it will be the last to be replaced by machines, is that sense of, oh, what humans need, how humans behave. Oh, he said that 2 days ago, he's saying this now in this context. Why? That understanding of human psychology combined with the ability to master the technology, that's the key.
Professor?
So under the current laissez-faire capitalist system, I think if we let the trend continue, I think in terms of both power and resources will be further skewed toward a small number of big corporations, and also in terms of wealth, further skewed to the top 1% of the individuals. That's why during the pandemic, well, half of the world population even didn't have the internet, but the top 0.1% of billionaires in the world, their wealth doubled. Lawrence knows that better than everybody does. So is that the world we want to live in? I don't think so. That's why in my talk I showed one intriguing idea. I was on Columbia University campus when they inaugurated President President Shefik as the new president of Columbia University. So her main vision for Columbia University is her idea. She was a former vice president for World Bank and also run IMF. So she has a strong financial background. Her solution is we need a new social contract. Her book is what do we owe to each other as human beings. Yeah, her vision is very compelling to me from a humanistic perspective, but to actually implement it, it may take some handiwork to get it implemented.
Thank you. Now, I think let's turn to the floor for the questions. And if you want to ask questions, please raise your hand, and then our colleague will hand over the microphone to you. Anyone? No? Any students or?
Serving a very good lunch.
You look forward to the lunch, yeah? And well, okay, yeah, please.
Yes, thank you very much. This has been a fantastic discussion. I was just wondering, for Professor Su, you mentioned just now the new social contract, and you didn't really have time to talk about that. But is that what the universal basic income is about?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, but in the book, she outlined that there are many other aspects of the new social contract that will require some fundamental changes in our financial system, political system, even educational system, and also the role of the university. So her mantra moving forward to make Columbia as a friend of the neighbor, asset to the nation, and a beacon to the world. So I said, that's...
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you for questions. Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Yeah.
This, yeah. Anyone? Yeah, please.
Well, since then we have the perspective of that financial and some like technology, and maybe I can provide some questions that regarding to the anthropology, because I have seen the latest film, The Dune Part 2. You know that actually I also read the novel. In the novel, there's a very important idea that human cannot be replaced in any circumstance by the thinking machine. Well, that lead to kind of weird technology line that in the universe of Dune, that people are just developed themselves into the thinking machine, into the computer. Well, my question is that, well, would AI or the artificial general intelligence in some maybe in term like the spice in the novel or the melange, that as the more we use, the more we consume that, the more that human itself would develop its mind into the further step, or the potential of human brain could like fully developed through the AI, through the development. So also the SORA, the innovation point of the new SORA model is actually the use of transformer diffusion model, the structure, that's something algorithm like that. I'm not really sure about that, but I have heard that this idea is actually come from kind of like science of neural technology. So I just asking about, would AI lead the revolution of human itself?
Well, the question is, do you think AI will also need some kind of revolution from human being as well to cope with AI technology?
I think the honest answer is I don't know. You are taking the question about AI to the whole next level, right? It's not just how we interact with AI. It's whether it will integrate us, whether we'll integrate it, whether we as humans will not just adapt, but we will actually become different humans I don't know whether you have in mind that the human computer, you have in mind the story that you consume spice and it actually affects the way you think and so on. I like the movie too. I like the book. I pause because that happens a little bit more, in a more foreseeable way, with the way we use healthcare. So that debate or those thoughts are being, at least today, thought in a slightly different context. Again, sorry, I come back to the answer. I don't know.
So, yeah, my answer is that yes, it's like it or not, it's already happening, especially if you read the latest development, Elon Musk's Neuralink, the implant chips have been, for some patients, it's a great medical device. What worries me is what happens when normal beings like you and me try to implant a chip so that, we know everything, think faster, so is that, of course, the fundamental question is that we as a species will continue to evolve. As the cliche often say, we make technology and the technology eventually will make us. But whether that's the kind of a species that we would like to evolve into, I think that's the collective conversation we all humans should engage in right now. But the technology is developing really fast, especially at the intersection of all the biotechnology, medical device, and also I mentioned in my talk, the Google AlphaGo, the protein, developing the new protein structure in terms of how to make life.
A follow on that. One more question? Yeah, okay. Kate? Yeah, please.
Yeah, that's full.
Can you give? Yeah.
Kate.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just picking up something both of you have said, but precising it with the fact that we are seeing falling and quite dramatic falling rates of trust in artificial intelligence. And we have seen in America just this week a lot of companies saying, well, we're not going to do self-checkout anymore. And that's not necessarily using AI, but in some cases it is. And that's because they are losing money from doing self-checkout. And on the other side, we've got, for example, United Airlines saying, it is a perk. Use our airline, and instead of having to talk to the chatbot, we'll let you talk to a human being. And I just wondered whether that just those two small vignettes and the falling rates of trust in AI gives either of you pause to, the perspective that you've been suggesting that it's with us and it's going to be with us and there's nothing much we can do about it. So that was my question.
Yeah, actually, I have a personal story related to this because last December, I was visiting my daughter in New Jersey. I noticed my car ran out of gas, so I stopped by the gas station, tried to put gas, into my car, just like I do in most other states. But I didn't realize that New Jersey has a new law that you cannot do, put a gasoline by yourself. So at each gas station, according to the new New Jersey state law, there's a human being. You have to let that human being to do the gas for your car. You cannot do it by yourself. You just you pull over the car, the gas station, you stay in there. So I told the gas station attendant, wow, I learned something new, but the challenge of the question is, is that the kind of new law we would like to pass, to force, to reinstate some of the laws that retrieve some of the laws lost during automation back into the workplace. So I don't know. I think it's a complicated situation.
Lawrence, do you want to answer the question as well?
A very similar answer, but let me give the direct answer first. Actually, what you say and what the professor said about New Jersey make me think all the more that AI is here to stay. And I'll tell you why. Because just as, and you mentioned one airline saying, oh, I will make it a marketing campaign that you will speak to a human. There are all the other airlines saying, you know what, I'll just do automation better. I will make automation the perk. And I will disclose, I sit on the board of the airport authority in Hong Kong, and it's wildly successful. That airlines who can actually crack the automation process from check-in through the Hong Kong airport is completely facial recognition. You can actually, after check-in, from that point onwards, if you are not traveling with kids, not need to pull out your passport. You don't need to pull out your boarding pass. And it's wildly successful. It cut down time tremendously, so on. So what it does is it tells us, like technology adaptation, there are a reaction against it. It could be for labor reasons. It could be for political reasons. It could be an accident has happened at some gas station and there's an instinctive reaction against it. It could be because the technology got too much ahead. The other things are not there yet. And so there will be these reactions against it. But the market is big enough that where one place reacts against it, another place, for better or for worse, will say there's the opportunity. Like I earlier said, if a financial market says AI can collapse the market, so I will regulate it heavily. Another market, another regulator will see it as an opportunity. Let me take a bit more risk. Let me try to get ahead. Now, we can debate whether this is a race to the bottom, whether in the long term is actually bad for human race, because it is ultimately a race to the bottom. But I have grown to a point, forgive the lawyer and the finance guy here speaking, I sort of accept the race to the bottom. We just have to see whether this race ultimately leads us to the bottom. I accept it as the race is here, and no one really knows whether it goes to the bottom or it will bounce back. If you don't engage in the race, you will lose. Engage in the race.
Yeah. So can I add another anecdote? Because this reminds me, before the pandemic, I watched in the U.S. a high school, like a robotic competition. You know, it's really amazing to watch how high school students in the U.S. can do with the robotics. So here's one reporter asked the captain of the championship team. The question posed to the captain of that high school robotic national championship was, wow, you guys have really did a great job, with all the new robotics you guys have produced. Are you afraid that humans may be maybe replaced by, machines, that there's literally nothing left for humans to do? You know what? I was really intrigued because I said, wow, that's a really great question. I was really curious how that high school robotic team champion would answer that question, because I struggled that question in my research. Here's the captains of that high school team's captain answered. He said, no, I'm not worried about that at all. Then the reporter said, why? And then this high school student said, if that's the case, I will work with my team to develop a new robots whose only job would be to create new jobs for humans. I thought that's really a brilliant answer. But his answer actually reminded me that human technological development and evolution are really full of ironies and paradoxes. So we think we are smart, we invent things to make everything more efficient. But think about it. With all these time-saving devices we have invented, aren't we all more busy, more work? Now we sleep with our cell phone by our pillow, Yeah, so there's actually more work. So I think that's the how technology works.
Really interesting. Well, may I ask another question, which may be relating to both of you? We've seen actually in last year or so, and European countries or even America, they are more concerned now about the potential danger brought by AI. So we've seen EU just pass a law, the AI Act, which is the first in the world. And also I know even some other governments are talking about, getting up together, try to regulate or even try to use the approval system for any new products and language models, whatever, and by the the IT giants. I just wonder whether you will be supporting the idea of having some kind of intervention or regulation, and for the by the governments in a way to make sure the development of AI technology will be in a proper manner.
I'm in charge of research compliance at Virginia Tech. So the answer is yes. Just like any new technologies, we have to put a bit of guardrails in terms of with the goal of maximizing its benefits for the common good, for the society, and also try to do the best we can to minimize its potential negative impact, but without stifling innovation. But that's always a very challenging, delicate balance. Yes, I'm all for maintain a balanced approach.
What about the lawyer's opinion?
Well, not because of self-interest. The short answer is also yes. We have talked about how AI can be, is dangerous in places. It can collapse markets. Right now, most financial institutions would rank their number one risk, fraud risk. With widespread adoption, not so much of AI, but of automation, of less human interaction, fraud risk has gone up. Incidentally, it's not because the automated process is less secure than the human-to-human process. If you think about it, you walk up to a bank and the teller doesn't know you, right? The teller looking at your ID card and looking at you, frankly, that process is not better than a computer looking at your ID card and looking at you. That's not. It's not that the technology is worse than the human. It's that the human process is inefficient. The inefficient process make the cost of doing a fraud and make the potential of being caught higher. So the human process itself, the inefficiency, functions as the deterrent. Now, going back to regulation, the professor mentions guardrails. When he mentioned that, I actually thought to myself, oh, that's really interesting, because I think in slightly different terms. I agree with guardrails, but I think of it as speed bumps. Because our highways are not yet ready. We haven't figured out a way to do our traffic that you can have all these whizzing cars that technology now allows. And what you do is, if you introduce them into the system, then yeah, our risk of collapse actually increase. So what you want to do, the kind of government intervention that is necessary, is in fact exactly the kind that Kate has talked about, is the reaction from time to time to say, maybe the language used is a bit extreme, to say this is bad, but actually the function of it is to say, stop, pause, speed bump. Let's take a step back. Maybe we do it slightly differently. Maybe we slow down everyone's hype.
Okay, on that note, I'm afraid we have to end the discussion now. Thank you very much for your participation, and give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sui, Mr. Lee, and Professor Lee, for the inspiring discussion. It's now time for a lunch break. The afternoon session will commence at 2 p.m., focusing on theme of AI and education. See you after lunch. I am your host. My name is Astha. Before the session, please be reminded to switch off your mobile phone or turn into a silent mode. Also, eating and drinking in this venue is not allowed. Please be reminded to scan the QR code and let us know your thought. We will have the QR code ready here. Up next, let's invite our moderator, Dr. Larry Chan, Associate Professor of Department of Social Work at Hong Kong Baptist University, to conduct the next session with the theme of Digital Futures, AI and Education. Dr. Chan, please.
Hi. Welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to be a moderator of this section. I'm Chief Dr. Larry Chen from the Social Work Department of HKBU. This afternoon's section is the last discussion sections of the whole symposium. And this section is very special and very relevant to many of our colleagues and many of our participants. It's about AI in education. I think when you think about AI in education, we can think of a whole bunch of issues, challenges, or problems related to education, like you can say plagiarizing, authorship, and AI, in some way, it can escalate the productivity of your academic work. It can help you learn, and at the same time, maybe it creates a whole bunch of problems that we have never seen before. So today we have a section that covers several subtopics. We'll have a subtopic related to how does the technology, how does the digital shape your human mind, and we'll have a subtopic related to AI in special education, AI in STEM education, and also we'll talk about AI in humanities and arts education. So maybe some of you are just your first session in this symposium, so I just spend a little bit time to talk about the procedure, the sequence of the protocol of the discussion. We'll have altogether 4 presentations. Each presentation will have 30 minutes. And just want to remind our presenters that because of the rich content and limited time, so our helper will remind you the time limit. So just look at your signboard and check the time limit of the presentation so that we can have more time for our discussion sections in the end after all 4 presentations. Another thing is about questions. I think our MC just showed the QR code. And there, I think that in this symposium, we have many experts, educators, and I know that there are some teachers and even principals and students in this room. So I think apart from our speakers on the stage, we treasure the questions and comments from the floor. So if you have questions, you can try to scan the QR code and put the questions in advance here. And also, we'll try to do it in a more organic and interactive way. So in the end, after the 4th presentation, we'll have a roundtable discussions. And apart from questions from the QR code, we also welcome your questions. You can just raise your hand. And I expect that, we have many good people, good speakers, keynote speakers, who have joined all the sections in this symposium. So I expect that maybe you have some burning questions that you would like to ask, some burning questions that you want to comment. So I think in this last session, this will be a good opportunity for us to have a more interactive and organic discussions. So without further delay, we will have our first presentation. Our first presentation will be from Professor Caroline Bassett, Professor and Director of Digital Humanities, Cambridge. This is one of the most prestigious and important research centers in this area in the world. So the topic is about how does the digital shape the human mind. Welcome, Professor Bassett. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. So how does the digital shape the human mind? Without technology, who are we? It's hard to know these days. It's hard to know how to work with technology these days. I think it was on. Right?
I'm thinking that the direction. Can I try a bit? How about this way?
Ah,
Yes.
here we go.
The direction of the sensor. The direction of the sensor.
Yeah. Okay. Great. obviously I work in digital humanities, so this is not working again. Sorry, but it's not working again. Come on. Where is the sensor? I think it's really not working.
Okay, any kind of support.
Try
Okay,
that
try
one.
this one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
This way, is it?
Yeah.
And back.
Yeah,
Yes,
hold
it's
on.
okay.
So this is okay.
So I'll go now, okay? It's okay.
Here we go. Right. All right. Can I have more time? So without technology, who are we? It's hard to think of ourselves at all without digital technologies today, even if we're at home or asleep or working or teaching or learning. Without them, there's a void in our everyday exchanges, in how we operate, learn, remember, connect, live, perhaps expand our capacity to reach, connect, or think. That's Eric Pickersgill, who takes pictures of humans without technologies and points out just how unnatural that's become. On the other hand, some of the time, a lot of the time right now, we're afraid perhaps that although we need technologies, the same technologies suggest we might live less. Above all, since we're talking about a new era of cognitive automation, the fear is that we might think less or even be less minded. As the cyber theorist and feminist Donna Haraway put it right at the start of the digital era, our machines are disturbingly lively. The question then is, are we frighteningly inert? The proposition haunts this talk, and I'm going to come back to it at the very end. Meantime, I want to go back to the question, which is the question I was given. How does the digital shape the human mind? And of course, that's an impossible question. What is the digital, after all, after decades of computation, the glimmers of post-digital computation, and also the unevenness of cultural definitions? The cyberspace era in the US happened when connectivity in sub-Saharan Africa was barely there. So we have to query the digital, or AI, come to that, as uniformly impressing itself upon us. And as for the human mind, some would say the human mind, or mind, doesn't really exist, and its location, function, definition, edges are all disputed, not least, of course, in relation to the question of the artificial mind. But even if it's impossible to resolve or answer the question, how does the digital shape the human mind? It is a question that seems to me really important to pose and to address. So thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to be here and part of the discussion. And I think, by the way, that this discussion is a discussion that the humanities has to have, and also a discussion that the humanities is central to. And that's been said a lot, but in some ways we haven't looked at the grain of what it means to say it matters to bring the humanities into the equation here. So, some comments concerning technology. I'm a scholar of digital humanities, literary and cultural theory, and of technological change. I'm not looking at the mind in terms of neuroscientific approaches, nor am I a cognitive scientist. I explore social being and the self in relation to collectives. So for me, the digital brings up pervasive questions about how we may think and how we may live, about questions of the self and the social in increasingly digital cultures seem to me to be interdependent. So what about technology's power to shape things, the shaping in my question? I think at root, this isn't a one-way process, but rather, and here I'm more or less following Bernard Stiegler, a co-evolution, a complex iterative process, which is not symmetrical, nor temporarily smooth, which doesn't have a predetermined outcome. It may be curative or toxic, for instance, that's Stiegler's kind of term. To frame technological progress or AI change or transformation as a co-evolutionary process implies, or actually requires, that humans are understood as technological, and also requires that we understand technology as culture. So the issue is cultural techniques or material cultures technological humans and digital technology that is also human informed. It also means, by the way, that technologies act. So, the mind. Now I want to go back to the question of the digital and the mind. These slides aren't working at all, by the way. And to the question, hooray. And to the question of how we may think in the digital now and in the digital future. This isn't a new question, of course. Vannevar Bush, for one, posed it right at the start of the computational era, and we haven't stopped asking it. But to address the question here, I want to go a little bit further back than that before skipping forwards again. So here we go. So here's a whistle-stop tour for the rest of the talk. I want to talk about, firstly, from the stream of consciousness to consciousness streamed. Secondly, I'm going to talk about collective intelligence, mind and memory. And thirdly, I'm going to talk a little bit about post-human minds. So first, from the stream of consciousness to consciousness streamed. And those images are by Mario Klingenmann, and of course, they're AI produced. So to ask how digital technologies shape our thinking, I want to return to an earlier moment when thinking was transformed at the hand of technological innovations that changed our minds, our urban environment, and our consciousness and our cultures, the Industrial Revolution. The aim being to ask what streams of consciousness then can tell us about consciousness streamed now. And the concept of streams of consciousness actually comes from William James, but I want to talk to you about George Simmel's writing on the modern metropolis and mental life, and the simulations, interests, uses of time and consciousness offered to the personality from all sides. So George Simmel, writing about the new city, the new urban concentration, the new forms of distraction, talked about the way that the city, urban life, technologies carry the person as if in a stream, and one hardly needs to swim for oneself. So my question, what does it mean to shift from Simmel and bodies in cities, and from the literary writers that took that on, including Virginia Woolf and James Joyce, in an era of industrial change, to minds in machines, from faces in the crowd at the beginning of the last century to words on a crowded screen, from the urban pressure on the self felt in the city to the dynamic of engagement and flâneurism, to digital flâneurism, scanning, auditing, tweeting, speed up, overload, distraction from distraction by distraction. Industrial transformations produced cognitive change. This time around, cognitive automation is more direct. So again, let's ask what happens when we shift from streams of consciousness as a way to understand the reshaping of the mind in modernism in the early period of the 20th century to what's happening to our consciousness as our lives become increasingly streamed today. How do we know how we think? How do we ask that question? Well, as the modernist movement suggests, and as my recourse, brief though it is, to Joyce, Woolf, Simmel suggests, literature is not a bad measure of that. If we're talking about the importance of the humanities to thinking the future, I think we should think about the importance of the humanities as something that can talk to us about our past and about our current situation. So I want to turn very quickly to, here's George Simmel, he's late. And here we go. I want to turn to a book, literature, written in words, printed on a page, though, of course, you can also get it on Kindle and everything else. To Patricia Lockwood's book, No One is Talking About This, written in 2021, widely praised for grasping the internet experience, and the portal is her literary term for the internet. Lockwood says her pronoun, which she had never felt particularly close to, traveled further and further away from her, swooping through landscapes of us and him and we and them. Mostly, she said, it passed through you, until she had no idea where she ended and where the rest of the crowd began. Lockwood is aware that her sense of the dissolution of the boundaries of itself has some parallels with modernism. But she also gets at something new, the distance between herself and her double, the pronoun which travels, from which she feels remote. And Lockwood's double, of course, is the digital self, subject to those processes of formalization through which a body may appear on a screen or a self speak or write or online. Our cultural habit of technological exceptionalism suggests we treat this digital condition as all new. But actually, questions around formalization, digital formalization, and discretization, the reduction of the flow of experience into bits and bytes, also exercised earlier medium theorists, from Kittler in the German tradition, to McLuhan in the American tradition, to Raymond Williams in the British tradition. And the latter asked what was segmented in content terms and put together as flow in early television. And his question was about what constitutes a form of continuous experience and how, as humans, we make a continuous experience out of a technology which actually discretizes, which comes at us in bits and bytes. His conclusion, by the way, was that what really mattered in the case of television was no longer content, if you like, but the very experience of the medium itself. The idea that what we care about, perhaps, when we're involved in social media is not so much what we say, but the fact that we circulate at all, the fact that we subside or join ourselves to others in this endless circuit of connectivity. And another reason that I'm really referring to Williams was that he also asked, what does it take in relation to television? And this question I think we can ask again now. He said, what does it take to understand this medium, to become literate, if you like, in television, which seems to us a very odd question these days, since television in some ways in that form is pretty much extinct. But he asked, what do we need to know to understand or to engage with or to become competent in television? And he said, we need a kind of literacy. And I think medium literacy sounds harmless. On the other hand, it might be experienced as coercion. Back to Lockwood, who wonders in relation to our time and our digital media, why are we writing like this? Because a new kind of connection had to be made, and the little space between was the only way to make it. Or because, and this is more frightening, it was the way the portal wrote. What Lockwood is asking is whether we are writing or whether we are being written by the internet. Are we being shaped by media, or do we have the power to shape our experience? Are we being manipulated, if you like, through new forms of automated behaviorism, or do we have a choice as autonomous subjects to deal in and with the kind of social media which is already pervasive, and already, by the way, involving a whole lot of use of AI, however we understand that term. So, staying then with the question of the collective and the individual self, I now want to turn briefly from the question of the self and streams of consciousness to think about collective intelligence and epistemic cultures or forms of knowledge production, to ask what forms of knowledge production the digital might support. And here I'm slowly coming back towards the question of education. And I want to suggest that the question of the forms of knowledge production, digital media or the digital supports or AI supports, have consequences in general for how we may think, for this question of how we think. Earlier, I invoked Vannevar Bush, who at the very start of the computational revolution in 1945, more or less, discussed the idea of computer-assisted thinking via the Memex, of interest because it foregrounded the idea of artificial memory as central to the idea of artificially supported knowledge. And memory, after all, the original meaning of mind, is also, by the way, famously associated with an early critique of technology from Plato, who attacked writing as that which would plant forgetfulness in the soul. A more optimistic approach to memory expansion, augmentation, might be found in Pierre Levy, who saw in computation a chance to expand forms of human thinking together, what he termed collective intelligence, or the concept of a new personal collective cognitive system based on cyberspace, which he thought, by the way, was already possible for humans before the internet, but which he thought with the internet could be expanded into a global knowledge system. Levy never saw this kind of mind, this kind of collective intelligence, this possibility for knowing or learning as artificial. On the contrary, he argued that collective intelligence is neither the opposite of collective stupidity nor the opposite of collective intelligence. Instead, he says, it's the opposite of artificial intelligence. We're talking here then about a divorce, if you like, between the artificial and the intelligent, to reach back to Floridi's discussion yesterday. So, Levy's definition, decidedly humanist, he hasn't got time for the idea of artificial intelligence, takes us some way to exploring new forms of connection, but it doesn't want to engage with the question of artificial intelligence and its impact on our minds, or its putative impact on our minds. He understood that that channels, the internet, in fact, could amplify human connection, but did not itself play a role in the constitution of that connection, to put it like that. Now, though, chat, etc., AI, has administered some kind of cultural shock, or forced us maybe to recognize what was already in formation, a knowledge culture and a social platform, and a way of presenting ourselves and spending much of our time, which is already profoundly infiltrated or supported by AI agents, from the Markov algorithms in your mobile phone, to ChatGPT, to bots everywhere you look, to new kinds of image production or LLMs. All of those things put together constitute a new ecology and a new knowledge ecology in which we have, I think, to rethink the role and address the question of the activity or otherwise of those new additions to that ecology, AI itself. So, very briefly, does it mean anything to talk about AI minds? Probably not yet. But I'm interested in Beatrice Fars's argument that we need to be careful when we invoke definitions like mind or like intelligence that rest very, very tightly and very definitively on human and anthropomorphic definitions. And that actually, in doing so, we're looking for precisely the wrong kinds of thinking or the wrong kinds of smartness. Or in other words, we're valuing them precisely for what they are not and never can be. And therefore, perhaps, being unable to see the ways in which they may be capable of generative work, not necessarily creative work, if you value, or not if you value, but if you define creativity as a human-only conception, not minded work, if you understand mind and intentionality only in human terms, but nonetheless capable of activity, action, and forms of operation. So I believe it is important to think about how we think with agents that have a capacity to act, whether or not we call them intelligent agents, and perhaps we shouldn't. I think we need to think about how the operations of AI agents with agency impinge on, co-shape, and work with our own intelligences, minds, operations, practices. And of course, this works the other way round, since as humans, we are continuously training LLMs, notably through our own contributions, forced or not, to the great banks of data on which they are trained. So in a way, I am with Floridi on the intelligence, on the division or divorce between agency and intelligence. But I also think we need to think very hard about what we mean by agency and how we may think about agents as operational, and also to think about their limits. So I've tried to make connections here with the past, the present, and also with possible futures. And I've tried to explore the degree to which the digital is challenging our sense of individual being, the paradox being that what is a discrete media nonetheless produces a new form of streamed consciousness. I've introduced prospects of collective intelligence or new knowledge economies, and I've looked at what might emerge not in relation to superhumanity or new forms of consciousness, but as a new ecology of knowledge. And I want to finish really by arguing that what feels inevitable and does become a lived condition, as we may think, is nonetheless not determined by the technological conditions in which we find ourselves, and nor actually is it as new as all that. So if one view of the digital future and of our digital minds is characterized by headlong acceleration, either happy acquiescence to what we're going to be delivered into, or deep automation anxiety about our future and about future minds controlling us, I think a working through of the question of mind in relation to an understanding of technology as co-evolution means we continue to have a possibility of directing who we will become in other ways, including ways that require that we explore different measures of the human and different measures of what constitutes better thinking in the first place. One of the things I think we need to think about, particularly in relation to education and to automation, is what it means really to always assume and always argue that progress itself is measured by unexamined growth or unexamined technological progress. There are other ways to think about what might constitute what Stiegler might think about as the good life. And I think that's very important to think about. So I think that coming back to the question of how we think the technological cultural relation and relating that to historical understandings, but also our historical and therefore our present experience of our decades-long now engagement with digital technology, computational technology, can help us to begin to think about the kind of challenges that we face and the kind of possibilities that we face when we think about questions of education, around questions of digital futures and around questions that AI produce. And I think not least of these is the production of a demand and a requirement for humanities thinking. So we consider future cultures as well as future tech and shift towards collaborative work. And I think this in turn might suggest ways to approach rethinking issues of education and issues of assessment and issues of knowledge production that go much further than endless playing cat and mouse with AI-equipped students who quite naturally wonder why our standard university tests make illegal precisely that which they are naturalizing as ways of thinking, doing, understanding, and knowing. And I think to understand that, we have to come right back to this question of liveliness that I began with. If machines are disturbingly lively, if AI is increasingly active, however you want to define active, then does this mean that as humans, we necessarily become more inert, do less, think less, act less, learn less? My comment here is simply that to think through co-evolution and the possibilities that this produces means that this doesn't actually have to be a zero sum. Technology is not the issue here, although technology profoundly is an actor in this new constitution. I think in the end, humans may become more lively in an era of more lively agents. And I think actually that this produces an agenda for exploration, which includes readdressing questions of what we mean by education, what we mean by intelligence, what we mean by mind, and what we mean by creativity. So thank you very much.
Thank you for Professor Bassis for this inspiring reminder about the co-evolution of technology and the human mind. Next, we'll have another presenter, Mr. Edward Yao, Yao Tanghua 先生. You're correct. I'm talking about Yao Tanghua, our former Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development of HKSAR. In fact, you cannot just, Mr. Yao is a person with rich working experience, interdisciplinary, resourceful, energetic. You cannot just define him using a single government position. Currently, he's the chairman of Hong Chi Society, Hong Chi Association. Hong Chi Association is one of the most well-established NGO in Hong Kong that is dedicated for serving people with intellectual disabilities. So today, Mr. Yao will talk about using AI in education and how to use AI to support people with intellectual disabilities. So welcome, Mr. Yao. Okay. So I got two already.
Good afternoon. Well, President Professor Wei, Professor Chen, Professor Chow, distinguished speakers and friends and ladies and gentlemen. Well, it is indeed my pleasure to come to this forum. And as Professor Chen mentioned, I might be the one who is feeling very out of place here, but let me try, okay? I think the last 4 weeks has been the most difficult and steepest learning curve for me, for obvious reason, because it all began with Professor Albert Chow asking if I can speak on the subject of AI in this afternoon's forum. And having served decades in government, in multiple policy areas, I thought I can speak comfortably on the various subjects, from geopolitics to international relations, from climate change to sustainability. But I think I've not come across a subject which is so alien and yet so close to us as AI, and also so very little I personally know about it. So the subject of AI, put in the context of special education and the wider services for people with disability, is in fact going beyond my very shallow database or limited intelligence. So you know my limitations, so bear with me. Now, fortunately, I'm a low-tech person, so I actually sort of start my career before the PowerPoint stage, so I can rely something beyond the PowerPoint. Fortunately, well, given my limitation, I have a pool of human intelligence, HI, from whom I can tap on, i.e. colleagues from my Hong Chi Association, which is Hong Kong's largest service organization for people with intellectual disabilities. And Hong Chi Association, or HCA, has 59 years of service experience in Hong Kong, operating 1/3, i.e. 14 of all special schools in Hong Kong, and over 100 rehabilitative services units throughout the territory, and with a strength of 2,000 plus professional and service colleagues, serving at any one time 9,200 people with intellectual disability. Now, preparing for today's discussion, I have in fact clicked on my search engine among my staff and also fellow parents of HCA for their hands-on experience and insight. But I have also got an extra pair of lens, which is my personal capacity as a father of a Down syndrome girl, allowing me to look at the whole subject from the angle of a carer. Let me tackle today's subject from the following perspective. First, is AI being applied in our services? How deep and how wide? And any problems so far? And secondly, how do we see the wider application of AI in services for PIDs, people with intellectual disabilities, and what do we expect to go from here onward? And thirdly, would it be all a smooth sailing in getting more AI in helping our clients, or is it really so promising or magical, or to the contrary, any worry or hidden concern? Now, to address this question, I actually conduct a small survey among Hongqi's service units, both in the special education side and also in our rehabilitation services. I asked my colleagues questions like whether, and if so, what type of AI are being deployed in our day-to-day service? How do they get hold of them? And what are the users' feedback? Any obstacle in securing more AI, and any limitation or problem they have encountered so far? I also asked through them if there is any AI device that they are aware of being deployed directly by, say, the people with disability or their families. The first question, how much we know about AI being put into our use? Now, the information I gather from my small survey is a bit sketchy, but nonetheless, I think it might be a snapshot of the general situation of AI application in the field of special education and rehabilitation in Hong Kong. So if I were to summarize it, the overall impression in one paragraph, I would say that, well, AI to us is being conceived as a very big and new area. Particularly, it's coming with a big bang across the globe. So actually, no one can turn a blind eye to it. As we face all the various forms of technology, like before ITC or IoT, colleagues in my organization are very much at ease with learning or adapting AI wherever possible, although its application, if I may say, is yet to be extensively found in our day-to-day services. In some cases, early form of AI might have been put on trial or in use, even when our users are not necessarily knowing that that's AI. Or it could be interpreted as just another form of information and communication technology or Internet of Things. Now, this is because what constitutes AI to many of us remain vague and not clearly defined. Nevertheless, there are sufficient curiosity and interest, if I may say, to get to know more about AI, and also strong eagerness to have it in our toolbox, only if it can be of help to our clients. Now, specifically on usage, there are so far some form of said to be AI application or being considered for use in Hongqi's services unit. They include these main areas. The first, of course, is surveillance. AI-assisted video surveillance systems are put in to detect abnormal movements, such as identifying accidental fall, so that our staff can come in promptly to intervene for the safety of our clients. Now, from the system we have been testing, what AI has helped in bringing in is not just the sheer surveillance, but also moving on to the possible early alert upon detection of abnormalities in motion through the AI's deep learning. Now, the other areas, of course, are health monitoring, AI technology employed to monitor health status of service user, like vital signs, detecting falls I mentioned, and providing alerts to staff in real time. But the third area is something to do with robotic, which include assistive robotic and smart wheelchair using in serving meal or carrying clients to predesignated location through auto routing and smart mobility. It also covers companion robots, AI-powered companion robots that help and accompany in particular aged service users, including help in their meditation, reminder, or basic household chores, etc. And last but not least is VR, virtual reality rehabilitation equipment, to provide immersive experience that engages service user in therapeutic activities such as virtual exercise and entertainment games, where AI-embedded VR system can simulate interactive environment. Now, such facilities have also been adopted in some of our special schools for teaching and learning. Now, with the free and open availability of latest AI devices, say ChatGPT or POE, some generative AI devices might have come into our fingertip, and it is hard to brush them aside or to scrutinize them with a fine comb before putting them into use. Our survey also revealed that in addition to individual staff using ChatGPT to assist their preparation of teaching work, some of our special schools have started to explore the deployment of generative AI available in the market, in curriculum design, in planning, and also in tailoring some of the learning material for students with special education needs. Now, those are on the demand side. On the supply side, there are from time to time calls from startups, research institutions, or vendors asking if Hongqi Association could collaborate them at various stages of their research and development. Now, to them, the unique and sizable clientele of PIDs, people with intellectual disabilities, could be a very attractive database from which they wish to tap on. Now, to face all these initiatives, Hongqi Association tries to take a receptive as well as responsible attitude. Receptive in the sense that we are open to all possible deployment of latest technology, which could bring benefit to our clients. Responsible in the sense that we are highly conscious that, well, in taking whatever or every collaborative decision, we must take care and caution. It also involves a governance issue. In fact, all these developments has prompted us, both at our council and management levels, to consider the need for forming or strengthening an internal mechanism to develop guidelines and parameters to examine and scrutinize such proposal, not just for their feasibilities, but also on their reliability and desirability from the perspective of the greater interest of intellectual of individual PIDs and also their specific community at large. Now, AI for home support. AI knocks on the doors of our association, as well as the door of individual PIDs. Although the survey revealed that the deployment of AI by PIDs themselves or through their families are few and far between. While family and parents of PIDs are fascinated to have more AI-driven home support, they are in fact less exposed to actual AI devices than Hongqi Association as an organization. There's no surprise that parents and family carers will look to institutions like ours and our staff to help to introduce them to such application if they are found useful. Now, this suggests a knowledge gap and also possibly resources constraint at home and family level in getting hold of AI, and as a result, the expectation of such technology to be brought through institutional providers whom they trust or whom they believe to be better informed. Now, noting the fact that a lion's share of our clients, in fact, 7,000 out of 9,200 of our clients are home-based, homestayers, the demand for AI to be deployed as a home support is as big, if not larger, than our institutional use. We therefore see much room for the gap, be it knowledge, resources, or digital divide, to be bridged, so much so that application of AI technologies could be introduced to home as well as institution in parallel. Now, like all other learning and rehabilitative support, the task falls on our shoulder to help introduce AI for our clients. This begs the question if institutions like Hongqi, even with our strength of professional staff, are sufficiently equipped with the key to unlock all these doors. This goes back to the digital divide and knowledge gap that I mentioned, which we are all confronting in today's digitized world. So what do we expect from AI, i.e. our wish list? Now, when asked what are the areas we want to see with more AI assistance, these mainly cover 6 areas. One is learning and training. Now, think about the long, repetitive, tiring, monotonous drill that almost all our children are having in their daily routine. They all call for a steady and patient and more labor-saving AI solutions. Machine or software applied programs have long been deployed in many of the special needs learning and training in Hong Kong. We would dream to have a more comprehensive, integrated, personalized, and progress-tracked and result-monitored system to help bring all this teaching and learning into a more effective and tailored usage, including curriculum design, learning experience, and progress monitoring. The second area is about monitoring and surveillance, which I cover briefly. The attraction of AI for surveillance is its round-the-clock, 360-degree coverage made possible, saving a lot of laborious human monitoring. The major challenge in practice, however, in our own experience, is the quite a long and steep learning curve for the AI system for instance, on surveillance, to detect the right image with the right interpretation without too frequent false alarm. Now, the learning process itself involved tedious and painful staff interventions with double handling at the initial stage when such technology was being applied. Now, these problems, though teething, have been quite a barrier, if not a pushback, for some early application of AI. But I believe this will eventually be overcome. But having said that, the question of data usage when such devices put into place, how do they be used for testimony, consent, or protection of privacy on a vulnerable group are actually yet to be addressed or cleared. Now, the third area is accompanying and personalized care. Now, speaking as a PID's parent, keeping our children in close, safe, and caring company has been our most comforting wish. And best if AI could be deployed as a personal care or personal tutor, standing by the side of the PID all the time and in all places. At the moment, many of the education and rehab services are delivered essentially in the place of service providers, i.e. institutions, rather than homes. Now, with portable 5G plus, IoT connected, and personalized devices made more accessible, we hope to see more AI to be brought to PID's homes or even by their bedside in a more adaptive, interconnected, and tailored manner. So the fourth area is more macro. It's about IEP and ILP. IEP stands for Individual Education Program, and ILP stands for Individual Life Program, hopefully to be drawn up or driven by AI. Now, in special education, we have long established IEPs for students with special educational needs to cater for their learning in accordance with the needs identified. Now, taking this further to the lifespan of PIDs, we are all eager to see a more coordinated individual life plan, ILP, to be put in place for our children beyond their school ages. Now, in the case of Hong Kong, we have, in recent years, embarked on a new policy to help parents of PIDs to set up special needs trusts, to draw up care plans, and also at the same time set aside money through a trust registered with government for our children to be put in place when the parents pass away. Now, this has provided, I would say, an early form of blueprint for ILP. It is for deliberation if AI could possibly help in drawing up and reviewing both the IEP and also ILP for our children. Now, this might involve creation and review of tailored plan for PIDs, updated search engine into the available resources to match with their identified needs, and tailoring such active services to better serve our children in accordance with their identified needs under the ILP. Now, for instance, with the health and developmental data available and periodically review how the various therapeutic services like OT, PT, speech, together with interest class and social activities could be coordinated in accordance with the plan, taking into account of the availability of such services that might otherwise be scattered among various providers in the community. Put it simply, could AI help to perform a case manager or a service coordinator for our children, dovetailing the demand with various service provisions? I'll move on to the fifth area, which we demand AI assistance. The very easy one is entertainment or enrichment of life. In addition to therapeutic services, our children's quality of living can also be greatly enriched with better entertainment, leisure, and pleasure activities. All these could be covered by AI-assisted devices or programs, including the interactive experience of art, craft, performance, museum touring, art show, concert, just to name a few. The last area is, in fact, an area closer to this forum is higher research. The higher research in more sophisticated area involving medical, developmental, behavioral, or cross-discipline investigation of intellectual disabilities, and also their therapies through AI-assisted studies. Examples from Hongji's recent discussion with Baptist University prompt highly stimulating research areas such as neurological investigation into brain and fine motor movement through musical therapy with people with disability. Now, all these are areas that we are keen to see more AI assistance. Now, clearly, in seeking AI applications, the biggest challenge is not just the availability or applicability of AI for use, but rather the insufficient knowledge for teachers, workers to comprehend the fast-changing world of technology. The AI in this regard is as important as, the HI, the human intelligence in this regard is as important as AI in picking, choosing, and deciding what should be taken on board. This, in fact, I would say, is the first mile hurdle we need to overcome before we can embark on a journey or hit on the last mile of this game of technological change or application. Now, user feedback. When asked about user feedback on AI, the initial reaction from both frontline workers and parents are the overwhelming excitement and fascination to see AI open up new opportunities. But on the other hand, there are expressed concern if AI would or might intrude into their life and infringe their interests, especially with all the unknowns and mystery of how AI actually works, and to the worry if and how AI application could be blocked or withdrawn in case we are seeing problems that our children's interests found to be at risk. Now, this involves risks we know, as well as risks we do not even know. A simple example is that, not many of us realize that once PID, people with intellectual disabilities, identity or personal profile, image or biometrics are being put into the system, such information could hardly be retrieved or withdrawn or corrected. Now, to what extent that PIDs, their family carers, or even institutions like us are sufficiently aware of this and being prompt to think about the necessary safeguards against possible abuse. So this poses more questions than answers. Concern over protection of personal data and rights and prevention of danger exposed are highly specialized area, but essential to each and every PID, given their vulnerability and also their incapacity to defend their own interests. So this subject touched on a large number of highly complex issues from privacy, protection, cybersecurity, usage, and safekeeping of data, not to mention the various legal, contractual, ethical issues involved. Now, in the absence of overarching rules and regulation, nor any disciplines or code of conduct, the safe use of AI on PID remain a big black box. As I said, parents look to us, the institution, for guidance. But are we, even with the strength of institution and professional staff, are we really smarter on this? As we are making attempts to catch up and strengthen our capabilities, could the battle be fought by Hongqi Association alone? Dialogue and discussion should start in the industry as well as the society at large, and also as early as possible, in drawing up safeguards for PIDs against exploitation and abuses. And these call for a more industry-wide, cross-discipline wisdom and experience sharing among service providers. Needless to say, it also calls for the question of policy coordination and consideration from the government for necessary rules and regulation to be put in place eventually. Now, to sum up, every rose has its thorn. When I say at the beginning that, AI is coming too good, but it's better be true, it tells how fascinated on the one hand and how curious we are in seeing AI as a smart aid to PIDs. But we are also quick to reckon that its application may not necessarily be a smooth sailing. As of today, AI comes to us in irresistible appeals, for they are punchy, penetrating, and powerful tools. But it also brings out a whole new set of questions of how little we know and not know in coping with all the benefits and challenges, some identified and many remained hidden. Now, even for professional educators and service providers like Hongqi Association, there is yet to be a common or sufficient protocol on which we can use to scan or scrutinize the AI devices or application, or to shield PIDs from possible risks. We are actually torn between the helpfulness of AI and yet the helplessness in deciding what to use and what not, and in either way, what to gain and what to lose. Admittedly, all these go beyond our usual core competency and will be more hand-tied if acting alone. Therefore, in what way these imminent gaps could be filled and collective wisdom could be shared are all the more important than ever. Do we have the luxury to sit back and wait? Clearly not, if we want to surf above instead of being drawn under this enormous wave of AI. I think the subject warrants more and deeper discussion, and I must thank the Baptist University for allowing us, representing both institutions and parents of PIDs, the chance of sharing our thought in this forum with the high intelligence and wide experience available in this forum. So with these remarks, I thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to join the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers and moderator. If you have any questions to the speaker, please be reminded to scan the QR code. Now we are taking a 20-minute intermission before the upcoming session. You are invited to enjoy a coffee break just outside the plenary hall. The backdrop of the foyer will be removed after the coffee break. So if you want to take the photos during the coffee break, please do. Thank you.
Do you enjoy your coffee? After the coffee break, we'll have another 2 presentations, and then we'll have our roundtable discussions. So the first presentation after our coffee break is from Professor Carl Wayman, Eden Prize 2020 Eden Prize laureate in education research, and 2001 Nobel Prize in Physics awardees. And he's now the Professor Emeritus of Stanford University. Now, Professor Wayman will talk about a topic like AI, a topic about AI in STEM education. This will be a presentation online. So without further delay, let's watch. Okay, let's go.
Good afternoon. I'm Carl Wyman, and today I'm going to share some thoughts with you about use of technology in STEM education. Sorry I can't be with you in person, but so what do I have to say about use of technology? Well, the first thing is a warning that too often technology is used in education really for the sake of the technology, just because something can be done, not because it's really clearly helpful for education. And when technology is used this way, it's not very useful for educational purposes. But technology can be quite useful, but it's only if it's used to really support the learning and the principles of learning that we know about. So today, what I'm going to do is first spend some time talking about basic principles of learning for STEM that sort of come out of research by many people. And then I'll talk about some different ways that technology can support this learning, following these principles. That include just enhanced communication and feedback between students and teachers, the use of interactive simulations, and something about artificial intelligence and its potential and weaknesses right now. And then I'll finish with some just warning remarks about some of the detrimental effects that technology can have in education. So the first kind of most basic principle of learning that's come out of research is that the learning process is changing the brain. Now the old and still widely pervasive model of learning, certainly at the university level, is that these student brains come into our classroom and they vary in different ways. And we think about then immersing those brains in knowledge, and that knowledge soaks in variable amounts depending on the conditions of the brain. And so with this model, then the focus is usually on how do you select the best brains that are going to soak up that knowledge the best, and what are you going to put in that knowledge soup, the curriculum, the cover that'll soak in most effectively. Now, this model is very, like I say, very pervasive, but it's also just wrong. What research tells us is a very different model of learning. And that's the idea that these brains come into the classroom at the university level aren't all that different, but in fact, the brains are changeable, that in fact, they're transformed by the educational process. And more literally, the neurons are rewired, hooked up in different ways by the intense thinking that's happening as part of their education. And it's this rewired brain that has actually improved capabilities. And this is really the learning that's happening. So one of the implication of that is that the learning that we care about it requires enhancing the the relevant neuron connections, and the brain learns primarily the thinking that it practices. And so it's really very similar to muscle development, that just like in a muscle, the intensity and type of exercise, in this case, for the brain, the mental exercise is really critical. And so that takes us, then raises the question is, what is then the most effective mental exercise to give the brain to develop the learning you care about? And so first, you have to think about what is the learning to be developed? And what I would argue is, when we're talking about STEM, it's really to develop expertise in STEM, which is not to say that any class is going to turn students into an expert, but it's going to help them think more like an expert in an increasingly more sophisticated way as their education progresses. And so that thinking, what I would claim is that means this expertise is meaning they use the knowledge and reasoning of skilled practitioners to solve problems in STEM. And that's ultimately what we're trying to achieve with our education. So how does one go about learning this? Well, one result which is very helpful in thinking about this comes from Anders Ericsson, who looked at the development of expertise across many, many different fields, athletic and intellectual. And he's seen that this expertise really develops best through a process of what he calls deliberate practice. And what's involved in deliberate practice is you have to break the area of expertise down into specific limited sub-skills that define the expertise. And then the learner practices each of these sub-skills to mastery with a suitable level of challenge, which means they're giving practice tasks that are difficult but attainable with full effort. And as the learner practices, they also need to receive feedback on how to improve. And that means feedback that's timely, specific, and actionable. And so it guides the learner to reflect on and improve their own thinking. So we talked about the desired expertise in STEM is in problem solving and in the relevant kinds of disciplines and problems. But problem solving is a complicated process. And so what are the sub-skills of STEM problem solving that the learners should individually practice and master? And to answer this question, I'm going to call on research my own group has done, identifying the problem-solving decisions made by skilled STEM practitioners. And this result comes from our work, and we studied the process by which skilled scientists and engineers across many different disciplines, how they solve problems in their discipline. And what we discovered from this is that there's a set of 29 decisions that they all make that really frame their problem-solving process. And these are decisions like when they're looking at a problem, what features and concepts are important for solving it, what are previous problems they've solved that are related that can help them, what approximations and simplifications are appropriate, how do you decompose that into sub-problems, what information's needed and how to collect that information, what calculations or data analysis are needed, how to represent and organize information, and then how believable is information you gather and what conclusions are appropriate from it. And then there's a set of reflection decisions where the problem solver reflects on what things they're doing and whether those are correct and how they might need to be modified to get a better solution. So this is not all 29, but you get the basic idea here. And hopefully you can also see why these seem so generic, why they apply in so many different cases. And so going back to the principles of learning, with the learner in STEM has to practice solving challenging, realistic problems, including practicing making each of these specific problem-solving decisions as part of their mastery of the problem-solving process. Now, as they're practicing making those decisions, they also need to acquire the knowledge needed to make those decisions and recognize what knowledge is useful for those decisions. And this is an important distinction to appreciate, that the set of problem-solving decisions, like I say, they're quite generic and general across STEM, but how they actually make how the experts, skilled people make the decisions, that always calls on highly specialized knowledge, usually specific to the discipline or certainly the area of research. And so you need the learner to not just learn to make the decisions, but also this specialized knowledge that will enable that decision making. And the other implication of this, and what we see from our studies, is that the knowledge needs to be organized around how it's actually used in making these decisions and solving problems. And one additional feature connected with this is that for people to understand what are the key features, the key elements of knowledge, it's been seen that it's very important that they see contrasting cases, that the contrast really magnifies or amplifies the knowledge that they need to recognize and apply. Now, as I said before, so the learner is doing all this practicing, this thinking and using knowledge, but then they need to get feedback as they practice this. And this can come from a teacher, it can sometimes come from peers, and maybe, and I'll say more about this later, can come from artificial intelligence, a computer even. So the most effective learning, the class time is actually being used for this practice and feedback. And sometimes this is called active learning. And it's in practice usually enhanced by discussion with small groups of peers that gives the individual student another source of feedback. And there's some social enhanced learning that takes place. And then that's what happens in class, but then you want to have the student have the similar kind of mental exercise and practice as they're going off and they're doing homework, studying for examinations, and so on. And so that's sort of a very quick summary of the learning process. And so then one wants to think, how can technology support these learning practices or learning process? And so there are several ways this can happen. At the most basic level, technology can just enhance the communication between student and teacher. And so the students are better, or the teachers better able to monitor the students' work and understand their thinking, and they're better able to provide feedback to the students about how to guide and improve that. And this takes place in many ways. You know, you can have discussion boards, you can have in-class polling systems where the students have or pose questions. The teacher poses questions to students in the class, and the students answer with a mobile phone or a laptop, and then the teacher can see those responses and know in real time sort of what fraction of students are getting or understanding material or not. And there's other ways that just technology allows easier ways for online feedback, for example, from teachers to students, to just more ways to communicate share ideas and help them. So that's a sort of a very basic use of technology. A little more sophisticated use of technology is use of interactive simulations. And probably the best example of this for education is the PhET project, which I've been involved with. And this has developed free online simulations, and they've got 167 of these simulations translated into 121 languages that are used to teach all different subjects in STEM. And these simulations now have been run by students and teachers around the world about 1.5 billion times. It gets about 1 million uses per day. And there's lots of research on them showing their effectiveness. So let me just show you a little more about how these, give you more example. And so this is just an example of one of these. Whoops, which I have to try and get to run here. Okay, so the student can take these different electrical components and hook them up in different ways so they can build whatever kind of circuits they want. And then as they make a circuit that has current flow in it, they can see these cartoon electrons showing what's happened to the electrons, for example, in a circuit with light bulbs. There's other extensions of this where they have measurement instruments. They can measure voltage and current and build more complicated things, etc. But you get the basic idea. And so what do these simulations provide? Well, as a starting point, they're just a better way to convey the expert conceptual models, in this case, for example, of how electricity works. And they can do that by showing the invisible, like what atoms are doing, what electrons are doing, and so on. The things that experts in the subject have a model of it, they picture, but this just allows students a much better way to recognize that. And it allows the students to explore, to develop their understanding of the relevant cause and effect relationships in the various science fields. And so they develop their own mental models there. And I mentioned how the importance of having contrasting cases to recognize key features. What simulations, one of the things they do is they just allow self-generated contrasting cases. As the student changes something, changes a variable, a condition, here they can change voltage, for example, of the battery, and they can see immediately what happens, what's different. And so that helps them recognize the key conceptual features. And it just makes learning more fun because they're having lots of things they can explore on their own. It gives them a lot more kind of control over their own learning process. Now, here's a couple of other examples just to give it a little better case. This is a simple chemistry one of build a molecule where the students can put different atoms together and see which ones react to form molecules and which don't. And then this is another that's sort of a physics and chemistry one on gas properties. And in the actual simulation, these are all little particles which are flying around, bumping into each other in the container, bouncing off like happens in a real gas. And so the students can change the temperature and pressure and different atoms in the mixture, and they can see both visually what happens, and they also can measure with many different measurement instruments and parameters. And so, as I say, these simulations allow the learner to explore and discover on their own. They can ask questions, decisions, and find out the answer from what the simulation shows them about what happens if I change this, why, and so on. But a key element of that is to have good technology design here. And what we build in what we call as implicit scaffolding. And what we mean by that is that there's a great deal of actual constraints in this, the scaffolding, but the learner, the student, isn't really aware of that. That's really built in by what the simulation allows them to control, to change, and what it allows them to see. And by putting in those constraints, they make the exploration process for the student basically much more productive and much more effective than what they would get, for example, and we have data on this, what they get from working with real equipment where you don't have the same things you can control and see that help you understand better. Okay, I'm going to move on to the last element of technology, and this is one that everyone is, or not everyone, but many people are working on these days, talking about, and so on, and that's the use of artificial intelligence, particularly as individual tutors for students. And I want to say something about little about both the opportunities, but also some of the challenges on this. And this, of course, is stimulated by these large language models, particularly ChatGPT, which came out a little over a year ago. And one of the things I should say is that the technology here, these models are developing so rapidly that it's very much a moving target in trying to do research and trying to think of what applications are. So everything's changing rapidly. I'd say the future is very unclear. But one thing that has been talked about a lot, is hyped very much, is, oh, these can serve as a personal tutor that student could have, and they'll be wonderfully helpful. But I think the reality is the results of this are much more uncertain. And my group, as well as many others, have been studying this. And I'm going to just tell you about some of the things we've found in exploring this. And so first, just starting with the accuracy of this ChatGPT in solving introductory physics problems. And part of this is just seeing how well it can solve problems as a model for students. And so what we found is when we give it ChatGPT sort of what I call textbook problems, which in introductory physics are very artificial. They're things like, inclined planes with frictionless blocks on them, nothing related to real world reality and so on. But those kinds of artificial problems, it's pretty good, not perfect, but pretty good at solving. But we find it's really quite poor at solving more realistic, real world problems. When you have the physics is more connected with reality. And it's likely this will change. It's probably mostly the case that it's so bad at doing these because it's just not in its training set, these kinds of problems. But this does flag one of the dangers, because when you ask it to solve it, it produces solutions, and they're solutions that are presented with great confidence and certainty, and they usually look good at very first glance. But the errors, you look more carefully, errors actually resemble those frequently of a weak student. And if you had the student using this to check solutions to problems, it could likely be quite misleading for many students, just giving them the wrong answers, but in a convincing way. So now that's sort of one aspect, but we've looked more at in more detail and spent more time on how well it can act as an actual artificial intelligent tutor. For example, even if we give it the right answer to the problem, how well it can give useful feedback to students when they submit solutions. And this is where we find a major weakness in ChatGPT, and I think it's fundamental for reasons I'll explain, fundamental to most of these models. Because first, what does a good tutor do? Well, a good tutor, evaluates the student's work and their thinking, and then it doesn't tell students answers. It asks students questions, suggests things they might need to consider they overlooked, and really guides the learner to figure out how to correct their own thinking and change it. So what does ChatGPT do? Well, first, it's variable in its accuracy of evaluation of student work. And so sometimes it can do a reasonable job, other times it misses things. But a bigger problem on that is that what it consistently does badly is that when it's responding to student answers, it always just dumps out the detailed, complete solution to the problem. And so just telling student what the right answer is in detail, but not having them understand what they were doing wrong and how they need to think about it is really not very useful for student learning. But we've tried lots of different variations on prompts and things with ChatGPT, and we find this is just a very hard, really, and so far impossible thing to improve. So just kind of looking ahead, I think we can expect the accuracy of it in solving problems and evaluating student work will likely improve as the models get better, particularly if the teacher or some technician provides more guidance in the prompts to the artificial intelligence about what to look for and how to evaluate things. But I think this tendency to give detailed solutions rather than more useful guidance is going to be a bigger problem, because we've talked to computer scientists about it. They really point out that it's really a fundamental design feature of these artificial intelligence models, is that they're supposed to explain things and give answers. So I'm not quite sure, I'm convinced it's really not there yet in terms of being useful as a tutor, and it's not really clear to me how long it's going to take before it will be. But I think it's going to take a significant amount of time and effort. So I want to just finish up with the downsides of technology, thinking about the detrimental effects of technology in education. And the first and most serious is really the distraction, that when you have technology, for example, in your classroom or there while students are supposed to be studying other things, you've got mobile phones or computers and things that are using the technology. These also provide a very ready source of distraction. They're so easy to instead of doing what you're supposed to, be checking emails, surfing the web, checking your social media, etc. And this this distraction or splitting attention has enormous cost in learning. This is very well studied. But one of the worst parts about it is that human beings are seen in these studies that they're really bad at recognizing how big a negative effect it has on their learning, and how multitasking is actually, how detrimental it is on one's thinking and concentration. So this is I think a very serious concern one has to worry about whenever you're thinking about using technology in an educational setting. Now, another, which I don't see quite as serious, but a lot of people worry about it, and it is something of a problem, is the ideas of cheating. That now that you can use AI to find answers to many of the sort of, practice, homework, or exam problems that teachers are giving to students, then, if they can just look it up, then they can use that for the answer rather than have to figure things out. And that really short circuits the whole learning and assessment process in a detrimental way. And I was particularly struck by this in that we were just thinking about having students use calculators in their exams and class I'm teaching, and realizing even most of their calculators have access to the web in different ways. But this actually raises a bigger question, a more fundamental question, not about cheating, but rather the basic question is, what does it really mean to be an educated person in the world of artificial intelligence, where so many things that one has traditionally needed to know to master a subject can now be just so easily looked up? You can ask the AI for it. And I don't know the answer to this, and I never heard anybody who really has a good answer yet. But I think it's a very fundamental and very important question, but we really need to figure out the answer to this question before we can know exactly what it is we want to educate in students in STEM, and therefore have the best use of technology to do that. So thank you for your attention.
So happy to know about Professor Wieman's ideas about using AI in technologies. I'm so eager to have him here to have a direct dialogue and conversations. But it so happened that he's not here today, but maybe next time. So moving on, we'll have our last presentation of this seminar, this symposium. A presentation from Dr. Albert Chow, our Vice President Teaching and Learning, and also our Acting Dean of Arts. Albert is one of the most significant organizers of this symposium. Without him, we will not have this symposium. And he's also one of the most important advocates of using AI in education in our universities. Today, he will talk about challenges and opportunities of using AI in humanities and arts education. Welcome, Albert.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry, for a very kind introduction. I've been in teaching for 30-some years, okay? And I was even a high school debater, so I get on the stage a lot. But for some reason, when I was standing there, my heart started pounding. Okay, my heart still pounds a lot, okay? Probably because I'm the last one in the symposium. You have already seen 13 outstanding speakers, thought-provoking speakers. And now, I hope you are not going to see an anticlimax before the end of the symposium. Second, my boss is sitting right there. This might well be part of my performance appraisal, okay? It might have some implication for my job security, so I better do it right. Now, I'm a cognitive psychologist by training, okay? Oh, you're already evaluating, you're marking already? Thank you. Huh? What? Oh, the contract is in your pocket. Okay, thank you. I hope you won't tear it apart, okay, after my presentation. I'm a cognitive psychologist by training. Professor Wieman's presentation and a lot of talks that I've heard over the last 2 days have triggered a lot of memories of what I learned in graduate school, okay? I will integrate some of it into my presentation. But today, what I'm trying to do is to take you through a thought journey, okay, that my colleagues and I have been going through in the past few years, okay. First, because of the need to accommodate our education to all these changes in the world, okay. And then, of course, well, the disruptive impact of generative AI, okay. So we are trying to do it. But as Caroline said, it is a continuous experience, okay? Infinity, Daniel, is not just about the universe and humans' stupidity, but education as well. I think it is really an endless journey. Now, okay, curriculum reform, or how we design students' learning experience is indeed an ongoing process. Mr. Edward Yao was actually once Deputy Secretary for Manpower, for Education and Manpower. So he knows about the 3 to 4 year transition for university education in Hong Kong. So we have been talking about curriculum reform for the last who knows how long. But personally, I've been involved in this kind of discussion since the mid-1990s. Okay, so it has been a very, very long time that we have been talking about this. In 2018, HKBU implemented our 10-year strategic plan for 2018 to 2028. And the first priority, and all my teaching and learning colleagues are here, and I always say the first priority means the top priority. Okay, it is best student experience, leading to a number of desirable attributes that we would like to cultivate among them by the time they graduate. For example, we talk about creativity, being caring, okay, being global. All these are the desirable attributes that we talked about back in 2018. And we have been doing that. Okay, we have been doing a number of things to make that happen. And a few years ago, at the peak of the pandemic, thanks to the University Grants Committee, we had to submit a 3-year plan to them. Okay, so it has significant implications for the amount of resources that the university would get. So the team responsible for putting that plan together really thought about all these challenges brought to us. Technologies have been around, okay, they have a constant impact on education. And then the pandemic, of course, reminded us a lot about the urgent need for sustainable development and helped us to reflect on how the humankind may continue our present way of living, okay, and still sustain the future of the humankind. So we thought students will be facing a highly, highly unpredictable and uncertain world. So we want them to be future ready. How to make them future ready? We believe innovation and creativity is important. They have to develop empathy. Well, again, you're talking to a psychologist. Of course, we will emphasize empathy and cultural awareness, problem solving, critical technology skills, and self-management. And self-management to us is very important. Self-discipline or resilience that Zhou Ai was talking about yesterday. Okay, so students have to be able to bounce back whatever adversity they face. For me, AI has another meaning. A psychologist, okay? Adversity intelligence, okay? How well we handle adversity is what we call adversity intelligence, okay? So when I look at the word AI, a lot of things come to my mind. So we design the learning experience as authentic and contextualized. We do a lot of experiential learning, service learning, in a way to echo Professor Wyman's reminder that application is important. And we want our students to implement solutions and contrast, okay, different possible solutions to find out the way forward. Solution-based, we emphasize the process and the outcomes. So we don't have government officials here, hopefully. The government puts a very, very strong emphasis on outcome-based learning. They want measurable outcomes. Every time they come to audit us, they ask for indirect, direct evidence, measurable, observable. But I'm not an expert in educational research, but I've been involved in some. Usually, for that kind of research, you are lucky if you get a medium-sized effect before and after, okay? You can take, say, 200 studies, 1,000 studies together, do a meta-analysis, you might get a stronger effect, okay? But if you say, I want a conclusion, whatever you are doing is in fact effective, it's hard. It's really hard, okay? But we also emphasize on the learning process. We celebrate failure, or we celebrate, to be more exact, learning from failure. My colleagues and I believe that if we only reward success, who is going to be innovative? who is going to be creative. Everybody will be risk-aversive. Okay, so that's why we hope to understand the learning process. Or if there are certain characteristics that we would like to develop among our students, for example, teamwork, we would like to observe how they, in a team, evolve or co-evolve, okay, Caroline, as you like, from a rather passive team member to a contributing member or to a leading member in certain aspects. I want to know the process. We want to understand the process, okay? So we emphasize on portfolio. We also rely on some certification, okay, for professional validation of what we have been doing is indeed, well, preparing students, whatever you call it, employability or employment friendliness. Okay, I learned a lot of terms these 2 days, and I'm trying to integrate them into my thinking or our colleagues' thinking. So assessment, we believe, is always the key. Even now, okay, I perform according to how I am assessed, right, boss? Okay. If you want me to sing, I sing. If you want me to talk, I talk. If we assess rote memory, students will memorize. If we assess learning, students will learn. If we assess how well they conceptualize, they will try to conceptualize. Assessment of learning, that's how well they learn, is one thing. Assessment for learning. Assessment as a means to push the kind of learning we would teach is another thing. Assessment as part of learning is happening all the time. Okay, we ask students to write an essay that's part of the assessment, but they also learn. Okay, so we make sure our assessment is authentic, it's realistic, it's application, and again, we want to develop process rubrics, okay, to understand how they learn and how well they learn and how we should provide feedback on how they learn. Okay, so these are important. So we put together a few transdisciplinary programs. I stole some diagrams from the internet to represent what we mean by transdisciplinary. We don't just put together 2 disciplines. We want, when 2 disciplines are combined, something new will come out. Okay, this is the discipline side. But transdisciplinary for us has another meaning, has another side. That is the transsectoral cooperation. The academia, the industry, the NGOs, the government. Hopefully, all these sectors will co-evolve, co-learn, and provide the best learning environment for our students. So we put together 4 new programs: arts and technology, global entertainment, and then health innovation. And thanks to the Secretary General of the UGC, Professor James Tang, he talked about the personalized pathway program or the individualized pathway program, in which we only admit a very small cohort of students. They come with a certain mission. For example, they might want to say, I want to contribute to eradication of poverty in the world. Okay, so we have advisors guiding them to take courses, to engage in internship, experiential learning, so as to help them achieve their ideal. Okay, Michelle Lee, the permanent secretary for education yesterday, asked me if we pay, or James Tang did a lot of advertisement for us yesterday during his opening remarks. We are very thankful to him. Okay, so this is how we look at transdisciplinarity. 3 major areas, or actually I should say 4: arts and culture, like our film, visual arts, creative writing, music. Secondly, health, there's our Chinese medicine, PE. Third one, humanities and cultures, okay, our arts and social sciences. And they are all supported and interact with technology, science, AI, big data. This is how we see it, okay? So to give you some example, previously, we are more focusing on the application of technology in arts and culture endeavors. For example, on this side, you see our AI concert. The orchestra was live, but you see the dancers the graphics at the back, and the singers, the choir was AI. Okay, but they react real time to the conductor. Okay, on this side, well, it happens right here in the arts, in the Palace Museum. Our colleagues put up graphic displays, for example, interactive horses, or display where people, the viewers, would lie down, look at the ceiling, and imagine they were dreaming the emperor's dream. Okay, so these are the things that we are trying to do. Another two examples, we have the future cinema system in our campus, the Visualization Research Center. This is the caves, the ancient caves of Dunhuang, which is the beginning point of the ancient Silk Road. Okay, so we enact 3D experience there. On this side, this is the action or reactions of the Hong Kong resistance to Japanese invasion in 1941. So our colleagues in history use interactive display to reenact these historical incidents. So this is what we are trying to do, we have been doing in the past few years. And then we also use a lot of IT, hybrid classrooms, learning analytics. We use academic advising. We don't completely rely on technology, but I'll come back to this point later. Digital transformation, well, for keeping student record, gathering learning analytics, and then we are also building a metaverse. This is an example of how we display our students' work on the internet so that the visitor can look at it online. So all of a sudden, November 2022, okay, OpenAI came out. It was about early January 2023 that I started to receive emails from colleagues saying that, Albert, my students are using generative AI to write essays. Albert, my students are using generative AI to generate music pieces, graphics, so on and so forth. So what we are going to do? Okay, of course, I don't know what to do. Okay, I didn't know what to do. I still don't know what to do. Now, but I must do something. Well, colleagues may say, oh, let's ban it. And I said, no, because they would need the knowledge in future. And there was a disguise of my ignorance. Indeed, even if I wanted to ban it, I wouldn't have known how to ban it. Okay, even if I wanted to do it, I didn't know how to do it. So, of course, we have to embrace it. Okay, and then we started to look at certain things that the experts talked about generative AI. UNESCO, for example, summarized 8 controversies. Some of them have been covered by other speakers. For example, number 4, unexplainable models used to generate outputs. Well, ChatGPT or the large language models seems to be operating like a black box. We don't know what is inside. Well, you input some prompt and something comes out. Okay. And then AI-generated content polluting the internet. Okay, we talked about that yesterday. And that speed is ever escalating. Okay, the more content generative AI generates, the more pollution on the internet happens. Okay, in future, you don't know whether it is real data source or something originally generated by an earlier version of generative AI on the internet. So all these things reminded us. Of course, reducing diversity of opinions. Again, yesterday, Kate talked about that. Okay, we would stereotype certain social groups or certain views. So all these are important. And then we look up to the Russell Group principles on the use of generative AI in education. Some really good reminders. So university to support students and staff. Staff should be equipped. Okay, universities will adapt teaching and assessment, okay, to incorporate the ethical use of generative AI and support equal access, ensure academic rigor and integrity, collaboratively share best practice. So on the basis of these and a lot of discussion, we came up with our own policy. Okay, thanks to Dr. Ben Morehouse, he's been around. Oh, Ben is there. Okay, our colleague in education studies. Ben chaired a working group, and then we came up with four principles. AI empowerment. All teachers, all students would get ChatGPT 4, and we organized a lot of staff development workshops. Students, colleagues have to be AI critical. They are aware of the strengths, weaknesses of generative AI, and they need to verify whatever they see from the tool. Ethical. It is not just about not being a bad boy, plagiarizing, improper citation. We want students to think, to push them to think how we might use AI for the better good of the humankind. Finally, we must preserve human uniqueness, particularly for a university like HKBU. We put so much emphasis on creativity, arts, social sciences, visual arts, film, all these are creative subjects. So we must preserve the uniquely human creativity. So these are the four principles, and we try to translate them into actions. Now, we really hope, and this is actually the main purpose of this symposium, we want to establish a dialogue. On one hand, of course, I am biased, I belong to this side, okay, arts, social sciences. We strongly believe that we have a role to play to guide the development of technologies and solve problems that are brought along by technologies which cannot be solved by technologies, okay? So we strongly believe in that. But of course, at least we have to pretend to be humble, and indeed we are, okay? So we believe that technologies can actually help us to push the envelope of our creativity and inquiry and provide us with additional tools which would not otherwise have in the past. Okay, now in the past few years, maybe we did more on this side, but now I think we should take the challenge. We should respond to the core of our era, okay, all our social sciences and arts colleagues. And yesterday, if you were here, if you are arts students, social sciences students, you'll be very, very delighted. Or this morning, if you were here, you'll be very delighted to find out that liberal arts students are indeed running a lot of businesses in the world. They are indeed doing something what we want you to do in future. Hopefully, our students will be able to design, implement, and contribute to future social systems, legal systems, education systems, so on and so forth. Okay, in view of the technologies, in view of all these global challenges, they can contribute. They can synthesize knowledge and skills from different fields, beliefs, and practices from different cultures. Okay, because ChatGPT has been marginalizing cultures, gathering people of the kind together, creating echo chamber effect, that sort of things. So we need to bounce back. Master and ethically apply technologies, create and innovate. Well, we have a number of principals and students here, teacher students here. This is very familiar to you, right? The Bloom taxonomy. Now, maybe we can think about how we can share our load with technology, even under this concept, okay? We hope it is still we will still be the center. Everything we do will be student center. But then we have to think about how the teacher, how the technology will divide the labor and cooperate. Maybe we can download all these things, remember, understand to a large extent to technology. But the higher, the metacognitive task should still be handled by teacher. Creativity, evaluate, analyze, apply. Now, I told you I am a cognitive psychologist. When I was in graduate school, we spent a lot of time trying to understand the mental lexicon, how information is organized and related to each other, okay? Different pieces of information are related. One of a very popular model and it still guides the thinking or along the lines of Professor Wyman, is called the spreading activation model. I don't know whether I have some former students here. I don't know. Lucia. Well, to put it in a very simple way, if I give you the word red, okay, you would have associations. Rose, okay, fire, hotness. And if you come from a Chinese background, you will think about wedding, happiness, Chinese New Year. Okay, so the strength of the connection between two different points depends on how often you expose them together. Okay, and how you shape the learning experience to build that kind of mental lexicon. And it is actually very highly related to the early AI models, the parallel distributed processing models by Rumer and McClellan. We spent a lot of time in graduate school. We studied cognitive psychology, so we did that kind of things. By creativity, we try to link seemingly unrelated concepts together. Expertise, as Professor Wyman said, experts can see a concept, a framework. Novices tend to see things in isolation. So we need to help them build that kind of connection. And ChatGPT, again, I'll come back to this point, may help. For example, our students are using ChatGPT. We encourage them to use it. They use it to generate initial ideas. Well, that would help sparking activation. They shouldn't use it as the final product, but sometimes ChatGPT will return ideas to you that you might or you should have known, but somehow it does not surface to your mind, and it reminds you. Organize ideas, search for information, learn language. Our students use it for project management as well. If I only got 2 months, okay, doing a project on the divided units in Hong Kong, how should I organize my time? Things like that. Our students in visual arts film use it for sketches, initial sketches for creation. Teachers are also using it. They use it for redesign and then redesign certain assessment tasks. Some of them use iterations of assignment. They ask students to generate an essay, submit prompts to ChatGPT, multiple iterations of using ChatGPT, and then the final product will be on the revision of the final one. Comment, rewrite AI outcomes, academic advising. Again, I'll come back to this point. One thing which I like ChatGPT a lot is that in the past, when we were confronted with a large amount of qualitative data, like reflective journals, it would take me a lot of time to do that kind of qualitative data analysis. Arthur is nodding his head. He's a sociologist, of course, right? When you get tons of interview notes, ethnographic study, well, in the past, it would be quite difficult. But now you can ask ChatGPT to summarize. Okay. So again, an example from Ben, Dr. Ben Morehouse. He would ask his students, student teachers, future teachers, to use different models of ChatGPT to correct grammar. And then also compare to the products of the ChatGPT tools to their own corrections and learn from it. Okay, so this is the kind of things that we are trying to do. The teacher and the technology work together, okay, to enhance learning. We are also doing some pedagogical revisions, more transdisciplinary education in future across humanities and technologies. We are designing a course, AI for Social Good, which hopefully will be taken by most, if not all, students in the university. Personalized content and pace for learners. This comes back to Professor Shui's point this morning. Unfortunately, we are under the constraint of the government. We cannot freely allow our students to extend their study period to whatever length they want, okay, by doing micro-credentials and nano degrees. No, those kind of things would be out of question. But we are still trying to help them to design their path under the guidance of the teacher. Virtual and human tutors and advisors working together. Now, for example, our academic advising is actually quite complicated because of the rules and regulations. I can safely say not one colleague in the university is aware of all these regulations. I don't. So, but if we can, indeed, we are asking our IT colleagues to develop a chatbot, at least for the factual side. Okay, our students can get help from the chatbot. But based on the facts, based on the information, how the students should plan, the tutor should ask questions, that kind of things, that has to be the human advisor. Okay, so again, we are thinking along how the human and technology should work together. So finally, AI for SEN. We also have visually impaired students, hearing impaired students. Technology can help a lot. So Mr. Yao has already said a lot about it. So coming back to authentic assessment, before I end, I really want to talk about it. Well, this side is our current examination. This side is how we work. I've never done something like that in the last 32 years after my PhD candidacy. Okay, but we ask our students to do it. Every time I feel something is not right. Okay, so we promote authentic assessment. So these are some examples. Students design board games, variables for health data to our website. They conduct medical inquiries and then providing advice to elderly. This is our School of Chinese Medicine students. Building a digital community of journalism learners. Raymond is not here. Otherwise, he can tell you more about that. Alternative approach for teaching grammar, creative music work after listening to experts. Finally, what is best student experience? Just like Professor Wyman's question at the end, what is education? So what to do? We might have to take a look at our aims of education, all these graduate attributes, values, resilience, skills, knowledge. For values, teachers in this room would know better than I do. There is an affective side of the Bloom taxonomy. Okay, so we haven't really touched on that. How? I really don't know, maybe. Student center, teacher and technology work together. And one big challenge is that if you look at speed, our students are far, far faster than professors, than policymakers like me, okay? And research, gathering sufficient research data takes even longer, but we can't wait because students' needs are pressing. But we can't do it carelessly because we should not be experimenting with them, as Wayne reminded us yesterday. Okay, so as I said, I'm just trying to share our thought journey with you over the past few years. We don't have answers for every single question. We won't, okay? I can reassure you we won't. That's how I'm going to keep my job. Okay, so with that, may I thank you for your attention, and we will start the discussion.
We can stay here because we'll have the roundtable discussion. Thank you, Albert. It's about time for to have our roundtable discussions. So, please, our honorable guests and key note speakers of this sections, please come here and have your seat. And as I remember, as I explained it, we have keynote speakers and great people here. So I'm thinking that we can have a more dynamic, organic, although we have some questions from the QR code, but also I'm thinking whether we can have this opportunity to invite maybe some of our presenters, keynote speakers, and our colleagues to raise any questions that they want to. So can I have a mic? Yep. Can I have a mic? Okay. Hello. Is it on? Hi. So, we're ready. Yeah, time is tight. So, actually, I have questions here, and I have lots of questions that I would like to ask. So, before we open the opportunities to our participants, do you think I can invite our keynote speakers in this section to raise any questions that you would like to ask each other. Would you have any questions that you would like to ask other keynote speaker? Would you? Yeah, please, Caroline.
I really appreciated your discussion, and I wondered how you were thinking about specific forms of AI and how they might relate to some of the areas that you were seeking change in. And I also wondered about whether what you thought of debates around diverse ability. So the notion that really we should be thinking about using AI to produce an equalized playing field, if you like, that rather than addressing people in terms of specific issues, thinking about how to use AI to raise or produce an environment that's free for everybody.
Yeah. No, both of you. Yeah, Edward, you would like to answer? Anyone? Answer now or no, you can answer, reply to Caroline's question.
Okay, why not address Caroline's question? Well, I've been learning a lot. That only in the last half an hour, my take to the subject has changed tremendously. I'm triggered by Albert's point about adversity intelligence, and also Caroline's question about how AI could help. Now, I completely sort of put this on the other side of the pendulum. That not just in Hong Kong, globally, in human society, we often think about people with disability as what? As a taker, not necessarily as a giver. And therefore, AI or any assistant will come handy that, help us as parents, as PIDs, as teachers, help us to bring them back to the path of learning, independence, whatever. But is that the case? Well, I share with you one remark I usually do not share in this academic forum, but like in church sharing, I often tell people that, it is a very hard but very common statement for parents of special needs children to say, whether they have Christian faith or otherwise. Well, they will somehow say, my child is the best gift I have in life. Now, what does that mean? That means a certain disability in the eyes of whatever standard is not absolute. And also in the process of learning, while they might take longer, more difficult, or sometimes impossible to be on par with others, but it does not mean that they cannot learn, or they cannot not just on par, but beyond. Now, next week, do some advertisement. Art Basel in Hong Kong will have our artwork displayed in a small gallery on their cafe. Now, for art, for our children, there's no definition of the artist, be they able-bodied or otherwise. Now, so there are, in fact, a lot of areas. But what triggered my thought is somehow if we see AI just as a therapeutic tool or a learning to compensate or make up, then we'll ever be in this downward spiral. We'll never be able to catch up. And also there is a danger that, we will be very much tempted to have AI coming to our home. I was saying this, that I want AI to come to our home. I want AI to help our institution. We want all these devices to save our laborious sort of manpower. But is this what learning? Well, this is something I learned, I pick up from the conversation we just have. So in fact, AI implication on special education or others is the same. And perhaps, I'll later come back to this, perhaps there's some silver lining that, this particular special education group has something to offer, which the mainstream educationists may not be able to offer, but I'll come back later.
Thank you, Albert. Albert, we would like to reply to you. No. Okay, can I just, now we have our keynote speakers from different sections. I just wonder whether you would like to pose some questions or raise some questions that we can discuss together. Would any of our colleagues or keynote speakers in our sections? And anyone? Just raise your hands and we'll give the mic to you. No. At the moment, no. Maybe you can ask later. anytime if you think of any questions, please raise your hand. And yeah. Okay, please. Okay, please. Colleague, do we have a mic for Daniel?
Albert, thank you for your very stimulating talk. So my question, I want to get back to your comment in terms of micro-credentials and nano degrees, because it's really in the context of precision learning, which is inspired by the concept of precision medicine. The concept of precision medicine is we develop treatment based on your genetic types, but also by the same token, we teach students by each individual's cognitive style. So with that in mind, I think educational system must have think about some fundamental changes. For example, it's really arbitrary why we have K through 12, or why college degree it's 4 years. Yes. So that's why most of the innovative thinkers, they share one thing in common. They are all college dropouts, because the existing system has really stifled their imagination. It's useless. So I think those of us in higher education, I know in Hong Kong you have your government rules and regulations, so do we. But we have to really think about to be, especially in the context of lifelong learning, to really think about some fundamental changes, to develop a more agile, more flexible, adaptable education system to customize them to each individual cognitive styles and the learning needs.
Thank you. Would you like to reply?
No, again, we don't have a lot of empirical evidence on which is better, which arrangement is better. But if you just ask me, okay, my hunch is that perhaps undergraduate years may still be a bit early for a nano degree or micro degree, because the learning experience is rather fragmented. But I see teaching and learning, or learning, from my perspective, okay, in my role as the vice president looking after teaching and learning, is an experience design process for me. Okay, so how we interface, how we interleave study in school, practical experience in a community or in an organization, we might give it more thoughts. It might not be as choppy as, say, very short 2-week certification or whatever. But why can't we have, say, in the old terms, sandwich year, okay, 2 years in school and then 1 year outside and then come back. Or we are doing a lot of experiential learning. We are trying to integrate, okay, what they see in the community, what they learn. And again, it is the process of helping to build connections. Coming back to the spreading activation model, it is all about building connections. And if students can see connections and see the relevancy of what they learn in school, okay, to their future career or real life, their motivation is better. Okay, so these are the things that I think we might need more thoughts. But after the first degree, lifelong learning, as you said, certainly, why not? Okay, hop on, hop off, open loop, on demand as you need it. Okay, we can do all sorts of arrangements for them.
I just wanted to come back because one of the ways that places like Cambridge thinks about learning and has done for 500 years, oddly enough, is a style of precision learning. They give you an individual tutor. Now, my intuition is that that's not that great as learning. I mean, in some ways it's extraordinary. It gives people a sustained and long-term engagement with a subject and with a tutor. But what it doesn't do actually is necessarily help people think through ways to bring in technologies and to integrate new forms of knowledge production and to learn to work with people in groups and collaborate. And I'm not talking about doing that in order to produce kind of vocationally ready students. I'm thinking about what knowledge is. So I have a feeling that individuated learning is one of the ways perhaps that you can think about what AI might do to education. But on the other hand, I think thinking about collaborative forms of collective engagement and collective learning is another route, and that is interesting to me because I am working around digital humanities, and one of the things that it's very hard to do if you're trying to think about forms of learning in the humanities that engage with the necessarily technological condition we're living in is to try and think about how you can generate engagement with knowledge that you can't always have for yourself. So when you bring together a research software engineer and a literary scholar or a historian, you're not really hoping that the software engineer is going to teach the historian to code. You want them to work together. And I'm not sure that's quite the same as individuation. I think it might be more about a collaborative form of engagement where, if you like, you hope to end up with something which is very focused for the people concerned, but it doesn't necessarily come through an AI individuating the cause. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's my feeling.
Would you mind, I'm just thinking to pick up one or two questions from our audience, because there are several questions that seem to point to the same direction. So maybe, we have many AI advocates in this room, right? And these two questions are somehow a bit skeptical and asking about some side effect. Okay, I just read the questions here. Some students refuse to learn English nowadays because they think they can rely on AI as a teacher. How to motivate them? Another question is something like, would generative AI like ChatGPT create a new generation of lazy thinkers who believe there's no longer a need to think for themselves, but just look for readily available answers? But actually, there's another part of this question. I just try to connect these two questions together. AI, it is big and simple. May I make students lazy? What do you think?
I think we had an answer this morning from Daniel. We have all sorts of technologies now compared to, say, 20 years ago. Are we lazier? Are we busier? Well, we do different things. Yeah. My answer is we do different things and we evolve. Okay. So I don't think students can be or will be lazier. Yeah. Okay. They need to do different things. Yeah. And then for the first question, we have a number of language teachers in the room. Well, I think Ben's example has already demonstrated one possible way of learning or engaging students to learn language. Again, we might want to, just like the logic that Lawrence talked about this morning, when children use calculators, they don't do away the conceptual understanding of the arithmetic operations. They just minimize or eliminate mental drilling. So maybe that is the direction that we can think about. When we push students to learn language, maybe we can think more about like creative writing, okay, how they master the language to better articulate their ideas instead of English teachers say grammar, okay, repeatedly correcting the same kind of grammatical mistakes. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'm not a language teacher, education expert.
So what do you think? Do you want to reply to this question? AI will make your service users or students lazier?
Another thing I noticed only by coming today is that there is a very big difference between special education people and mainstream people in looking at AI. Allow me to say that mainstream education look at AI with a lot more skepticism, a lot of worries, patriotism, whatever you mentioned about that. Whereas we in the special education, too good to be true, that we have all been fascinated, long to have it. When I would talk about the learning process, avoiding repetition or coercion learning. But in the area of special education, some kind of drilling practice are so essential, but they are so tedious and repetitive. That is sort of sometimes very tiring for tutor, whatever. Now, I think something is in between that, well, different kinds. So it begs me to think about, well, is AI, of course, is disruptive, punchy, penetrating, as I said. But it depends on how we use it. And when I say there are some silver lining, that, well, when I walk this journey down the road, that, well, on the one hand, special education seems to be just a very minority group within this whole spectrum. But would we be the smallest voice in this battle against AI intrusion, whatever? But perhaps because we are focused, we are minority, we are highly receptive in our heart. What we need is a clear mind of, well, protections against any abuses. Perhaps that would allow special education to be more specific on what we want and what we don't want. Because, well, clearly, for our clientele, they're vulnerable, they're incapable. Therefore, the proxies, well, we as an institution will stand ready to help them. So perhaps we stand a better chance of shifting a bit from the supply side, tech side, to the educational side. Well, just my some initial thought.
I just wanted to come back to the question of not really laziness, but people that there being other things to do, and also things it's no longer necessary to do. Because I think I was interested in the discussion of STEM education and what you no longer need to know. And I think it's interesting to transpose that into humanities areas. And one of them that's really obvious is history. So what does it mean when archives are not things you have to go to a library, open a box, sign up for, wait in a queue, find somewhere, go to Berlin, those kind of things, but are actually on the internet, findable, increasingly available. And when that's not the case only for specialist archives or academic archives, to put it like that, but for cultural memory all the time. I think there's something about what knowledge is in a always available, just-in-time kind of society where we live in a present which is much more informed by an available past. That's going to change how we think about knowledge in the humanities in a way that's not the same at all, but has parallels with the idea of what you no longer need to have in your head, if you like, in STEM or maths. And that's why I think we haven't really, although we've been talking about AI and tech change in education for a long time, I don't think we've really anywhere far down that road. It's relatively recent we have that kind of access and that kind of IoT access to those kinds of knowledge. And I think it will change us culturally. And we're at the beginning of that process. And I think education will change in ways we haven't really imagined.
Larry, if I may, I saw Wayne raise his hand, but very quickly. I studied engineering as an undergraduate, and I indeed worked as a programmer to make a living when I was in graduate school. Back then, programming was highly repetitive. I programmed pixel by pixel to display certain graphics. Gone are these days. Life back then, I earned good money without involving my brain. Okay, because that was very repetitive. But now these days are forever gone. Students' life, young people's life in future are much harder. So not easier, not lazier.
I see. Thank you. So Wayne has a question, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Firstly, I just want to say I've really enjoyed this past 2 days. I think the conversations have been really fascinating. But we started yesterday morning with a more skeptical voice. We just had a couple of skeptical questions from the audience. But I wanted to turn it back on our speakers now. So from your perspective, what is your worry about the use of AI in educational contexts that we haven't talked about yet, that no one is talking about? What's buzzing in the back of your head that you really think we should be thinking about?
very quickly, I really think about the future of our students. The edge between the human intelligence and what AI can do is getting thinner. My young days were quite easy. Okay, I talk about my experience as programmer. I earn money by just sitting there to upload EEG data through a 8K modem. I got money. Not anymore. Now students have to use a lot of brain power. They have to use a lot of creativity. They have to be highly adaptive. They have to navigate through ambiguity, uncertainty, unpredictability. Many, many times bigger than my days when I was young. Secondly, my worry is people like me, with all due respect to colleagues in the audience, we are not catching up. Okay, sorry.
You also want to say something, right, Caroline?
Yeah, I think one of my worries would be that it's not so much about AI itself, but one of my worries is how we handle the notion of generative AI and complexity, and the notion that we can't account in old ways for the operations of some forms of knowledge production, and yet knowledge is produced. And how do we handle that notion of the end of a particular kind of mastery? So that's one real issue. My other concern actually at the moment is that as long as we talk about AI and humans, we're thinking about a very standardized form of the human. And I think that's really worrying. We've spent decades thinking about human diversity, about human rights, about the rights of diverse peoples, about non-standard genders, those kinds of questions. And if we reduce the question back to humans or machines, I think we lose a lot. And there's a massive standardization there, and that's a concern for me.
I just want to add up some. Okay, Alex. Yes, please.
We actually asked very important questions. What are the negative side that we haven't talked about? Well, Albert being Albert, he actually alluded to this with his last remarks. Let's make it more explicit. Well, I studied physics, and Newton's law, first law, I use a lot. The law of inertia. I read about the system. The technology comes so fast, so quickly, and there's no way, as Albert talked about earlier, even if you want to stop it, even if you, let's say we want to stop a student from using it, there's no way you can really detect it. Or you have many products right now on the shelf telling you they could detect it. They couldn't. Okay. And so the students are using it, the tools are there, the genie is out of the box, but the system including all the rules, regulation in Hong Kong, UGC, USA Grand Council, the assessment system, and very important ourselves, the professors, okay? We professors, old people like me, okay, I'm older than Albert, okay, are very resistant to changes. And how are we going to adapt? All big talk about how we use technology and so on. Are we really in the front line? When professors and dealing with students, whether they can move out from their own thinking and trying to adapt to this new technology that we don't understand. I think that is the biggest problem that we are facing. We all are facing. How are we going to educate our students? At the end, they learn in the classrooms, and how this technology comes in. I'll just worry about having a lazy mind. Eventually, yes, we know. I mean, our life is much busier than we were when I was young, right? Because all this technology is supposed to promise us a better life, and make our life busier. But then there's a flip side, because the life that we're living, okay, is right now with all the technologies that we have, actually are better than probably all the emperors act together. You watch more movie, have more entertainment, listen more music, have more nice food, okay, than the emperors in the past. But the price is that we got busier because of technology. That day will be here. I am a strong believer on the good things about technology. But the problem is a transition. Okay, how are we going to educate our students not 10 years from now, but today and tomorrow? That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Do you have any other questions? Okay, over there, there's a hand over there. I bet maybe this is one of the last questions.
I'd like to thank the speakers. Fantastic. I'm a basic scientist, and different to humanities is humanities opinions matter a lot. A lot in science, it's actually based on facts. And we all in the room will agree that maybe 50%, 60%, 70% on what's out there on the internet is wrong. So my concern is that more and more we will be trusting information that's wrong. So wrong information in means even worse information being generated and new information being generated. And I worry that less and less people going back to the laboratory doing the experiments that are needed to generate new information. So I worry that we're not going to get that information from what's out there. We've got to generate it. And so we need, in one sense, a validated generative AI. Because at the moment, I worry that we're going to go down a lot of paths. And I'm supportive of AI in a big way. But I'm also very, very concerned about that knowledge. That wrong knowledge is going to become the norm. Comments?
Say anything about validation, about the correctness of information. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, I'm with you that I'm worried about what AI infiltration, although I think it's a weird word, of the internet is doing to the public sphere, if you like. On the other hand, I think thinking that AI is polluting the internet is to presume it wasn't pretty polluted already. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, it's for a long time I mean, for example, Wikipedia is accepted as some big public knowledge project, which was also always suspect in some ways, but statistically better than Encyclopedia Britannica, you know, which was also full of errors, but was at one point a kind of trusted source. So I think one of the issues here is to think about how and where to produce trustable information. And I'm not sure that you can resolve that question with AI. You might need to resolve it in relation to how people use, frame, and develop, and perhaps even silo information. And in a way, that's what newspaper, headlines were for a time. They were banners which said, trust this, or Nature said, trust this. So, and I accept that that trustability is challenged by AI and the rapidity and possibility of cyber attacks. On the other hand, you can expect and hope for cycles of restitution. That's why, so there's a story in Nature which is a fabrication. Well, actually, there's a community of peers that point that out. So there is a cycle of correction. So to some extent, I think academia has ways and means and a community which makes it more possible than in most places to produce trustable forms of knowledge within a new information ecology. So I don't think I'm going to break down what AI is and whether we can trust it. And I know that I think is a different question. The question of deep fakes and fakes is a different question from the question of black boxing and complexity and multidimensionality and that kind of, which I think is also really interesting and worrying. But I do think there's hope there, actually. But I think it's a matter of deciding how to respond to it, not a matter of an AI solution to AI, if that makes sense.
It's about time to have another section. But I'm just thinking whether we can entertain one more questions. I just try to aggregate all these 3 questions together about partnership, because there are several questions point to the point that one is about agency. AI has its own agency. Other questions about getting stronger and stronger, whether we can advocate the idea of seeing AI as partner. And also yesterday, Professor Lai talked about authorship, whether we can see AI as a collaborators in paper and project. So just last question, to what extent do you think that AI, we can use the concept of partnership to see AI?
Are we not using it already? Serious, well, you watch movies. Okay, seriously, do you listen to music pieces these days? Are we not using it already? They are partners.
Yeah. What do you think?
If they're partners, they're unequal. I mean, I think that might be the difference between intelligence and agency. So even if an agent is not a tool, it's not an equal, and it's an actant, it's not an equal partner.
I agree with you, but if I was answering on the partnership question, okay?
Yeah. But to us, because the world could be simpler in the special education, that those needs are very obvious and easily identified. And in the field of special education, I think people see AI or other forms of technology basically a handy aid. Of course, we often overlook all the problems that, as we described perhaps in the past 2 days. But actually, when I go around to our special schools and different units, I've taken by surprise that actually it's already there. Well, we have teachers using generative AIs for planning curriculums, for monitoring a lot of things. So it's already in our as part of our services. The challenge is how to take advantage of all these in making it a handy tool, and also without going into all the problems that we have.
Thank you for all your opinions and sharing, and thank you for all the questions. And I apologize that we cannot entertain all good and interesting questions in this section. It's about time for us to close our discussion sections and move on to the next section. Thank you very much for your time. I hope this is not the end of the discussion. It's just the beginning of our discussion. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Albert Chow, Professor Carolyn Bassett, Mr. Edward Yao, JBSJP, and Dr. Larry Chan for the inspiring roundtable discussion.
Please be seated. Well, as a symposium draws to a close, reflect on the rich tapestry of insight we have woven together. We hope throughout this 2 days discussion, you are inspired by the diverse perspective on how AI and technology shapes our societal interactions, educational landscape, and even worries.
To offer closing remarks, please welcome Mr. Edward Ma, Secretary General of the Eden Prize Foundation. Mr. Ma, please.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Thank you so very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be here. I actually knew when I agreed to come speak after a very wonderful lineup of speakers, of fascinating discussion, it's going to be a huge risk. I didn't know how much big a risk that was. I feel under a lot of pressure to summarize my thought in just a few minutes, so if I may, I might take a little bit longer than I originally intended. So I guess, first of all, I must congratulate President Wai, Professor Chow, the Baptist University, and also all the organizers for putting together an excellent lineup of a lot of wonderful speakers on a diverse range of topics, a lot of fascinating discussions being shared, a lot of food for thoughts. So let's take a just brief moment to pause. Food for thoughts. That's something that we as humans do. Can machines do the same? Would they, if I ask AI to summarize the past 2 days of discussions, what would they produce? Certainly, AI doesn't need to eat, computers doesn't need to eat, so we can rule out the food part. So what about thoughts? Can machine really think? Would they ever be able to differentiate between good and bad? Would they be able to have values, empathy? And I guess listening to all the speeches, would there be one day, for example, the AI would help me prevent me from getting all the spam calls or scams on deepfake materials, so that they will prevent me from losing money on random emails? Or even better, would they actually help me prevent all these spams and deepfakes from reaching me in the first place? So keeping me safe. Would they have that value to help, to protect people? Would they ever do that? If they can, that would be wonderful. But if they don't, I think that actually points us to something which is uniquely human, which is to empathize and also to have these values, make great decisions. So I think it's really fitting in this international symposium where many people from all over the world came to a city we call home in this beautiful Hong Kong Palace Museum to share all these thoughts, because I think on humanities, on societies, and also on digital futures, is actually about us as humans. And I think this is something, we have talked a lot about AI, but I think maybe we should spend a little bit of time to talk about us. So what makes us different? What makes us unique? Precisely on our ability to create, our ability to empathize, and through social learning, I think that's the best way to learn. So I'd like to just quote, because we're touching on the topic of taking opportunity to think. And as our laureate, Professor Wyman said, it's like thinking is almost like your brain doing exercise. And it's only your brain doing more exercise that you learn better. And it's of that ability, uniquely human, that makes us different. And we should ride on this strength. So in the very traditional sense, I would like to bring the sort of very interesting hype topic of the latest emerging technologies like AI and among many technologies, but merge that actually with the wisdom we have in the Chinese civilization. So I bring up the great philosophy of education or learning, 大學之道. So in the very ancient Chinese wisdom, we have a very systematic, logical framework for how societies can thrive. And that starts with observation, starts with putting judgment on things you see, and then that translates into knowledge. And the knowledge will become how we differentiate between right or wrong. That shapes our character. Our character eventually brings to our own destiny. And in our destiny, it's like within a society, we have actually a very diverse group of personalities and characters. And that actually then makes the society interesting. The society will thrive if we all have the best way to acquire knowledge, build our characters, but also learn from each other with different perspectives. And if we can do it within our own family, we can, across the different societies, can also do the same. And only then, societies thrive. I think that is really, really interesting because the reason why I mentioned that is because if we want to laser focus on what AI actually brings us, is actually a speeding up the process of how we access information. We can very, very easily access information or archive knowledge or history or memories very, very quickly. But without thinking through what we see, then we can't actually learn anything. So the knowledge needs to be internalized. So I guess the beauty of having technology is that we can acquire information very, very quickly. That saves us time to think. So it gives us more time to think, more time to internalize, more time for our brain to exercise, and more time for our brain to transform. So that is the opportunity, I think, for the humanities. And we should really focus on, because obviously AI is already within our daily lives. We cannot ignore it, we cannot avoid it. We should work with it, we should harness the power of technology, but not ignoring the fact that we do need to have knowledge ourselves. So I guess taking a different hat, I also look at the economic value of education. So we think about, okay, the student's journey from young to up to university, and that's when we enter the society, and that somehow seems to be accepted by most as journey of education. But for me, I don't think that is the case, because the journey actually really begins when you graduate from universities. And the employability of students really depends on what you have learned in this journey up to the graduation of university. But learning continues. Employers will always say that, okay, you can have a perfect CV, you can have a lot of great credentials, but when I see you in the interview room, how do you answer my questions? How do you actually think? Do you know actually what you want? So you know what you're doing? These translate into the economic value of the education you have had so far. And so I would say, having understood and still trying to digest all that is being shared for the 2 days of wonderful speakers, I think I would encourage young people to really focus on your strength, build on, and definitely avoid the trap of thinking, okay, I can just take out my phone, access information, and think that is something I know. You quickly forget it the next day, and employers will see through that. So while you can have a very good application for jobs, if I see you at the interview, I will ask you questions, and if that is a huge mismatch to what I saw in the first place, then that actually is counterproductive. So really use the time within schools, universities well, harness the power of technology, and then continue to learn beyond graduating from university. Embrace the lifelong learning, embrace all the opportunities that technology provides you. And then I think that will maximize your value of the education that you will receive. And that is really, really important. And so going back to the basic, again, to Professor Wyman's point, exercise your brain, transform your brain, and then collectively, all of us together with different characters, different personalities, come as one, so our society can thrive, and we can actually accomplish this mission to create a better world through education together, but harnessing the power of technology that we'll have today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ma, for the advice and suggestions. Please be seated. And now, to bring our symposium to a fitting end, I'd like to invite back to the stage Professor Alexander Peng Kong Wai, JP, the President and Vice Chancellor of Hong Kong Baptist University, for a closing address. Professor Wai, please.
Mr. Edward Ma, honorable guests, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Before I start, I should remind many times my colleagues to let you know that besides all of you sitting here, we have been, broadcasting this symposium the last 2 days. Viewership of the last 2 days, including international, mainland Hong Kong, had reached 1.53 million. So we are not alone. And that will tell you it also tells you the power of technology. It's impossible to reach to host. Imagine this capacity. This hall is 400. If you had the roughly, 1.5 million people here, it would be difficult. I really don't like to stand up here because, as the MC said, my task is to close the symposium. The last 2 days are amazing. Stimulating, enlightening, enjoyable. I'm running out of adjectives. Probably I need to go to ask ChatGPT to give me a few more adjectives to describe how I feel. Personally, well, you saw me, I sit in the front row in the middle, not to assess Albert, because I really enjoy it. I enjoy the presentation, the round tables, the conversation over coffee breaks, and the dinner. Too bad it has to end. But then, as the saying goes, all good things come to an end. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this enlightening event. Over the past 2 days, this symposium has been a testament to the power of collective intellect and the exchange of innovative ideas. We have rich and insightful discussion led by distinguished speakers from around the world. This symposium has truly been a meeting of brilliant minds, which shed light on the challenges and concern brought by, nobody used this word the whole 2 days, disruptive technologies. In this case, AI, but more to come, okay? Maybe quantum computing, other things down the road. On the aspect of ethics, society, economic development, and education, we have heard from academic heavyweights from prestigious universities around the world, Nobel laureate, policy advisors, senior management from the public and non-profit organization, as well as business leaders. As authority in their field, they enlighten us on how AI intersects with our daily life. The topics covered in the past 2 days have been all-encompassing. Speakers share their insight from various perspectives, ranging from education, business and economies, urban development to social responsibility, and East and West convergence in the AI era. These conversations have not only broadened our horizons, but also underscored the nature of this double-edged sword. AI poses ethical issues such as content moderation, digital deception, and deepfakes. And half the world population will go through election this year. Think about the impact. Yet, AI is also an irreversible force. It's already here. It drives our future advancement on all fronts. This new territory needs to be carefully and thoughtfully navigated by all of us. One of the recurring themes that emerge from the discussion is the transformative potential of AI and big data. These technologies are more than just tools for innovation. They are indeed a transformation that will shape how we live, work, learn, and interact. With such rapid technological advancement, preparing the next generation for the future becomes a challenge. The career students aspire to today may already vanish tomorrow. The knowledge they learn today from us may be obsolete in 5, 10 years, or even shorter. As educators, we have the obligation to equip our talents with the skills and mindset that will help them succeed in the AI-driven landscape and master AI technology to shape a better future for humanity. The world is transforming. As my late father, bless his soul, reminded me many times, whether you like it or not, the change is already here. At HKBU, we are committed to equipping our students for career in the present and even career that are yet to exist through transdisciplinary education and research, a mission we hold dear in our university. This innovative approach aims to help students tackle complex problems across disciplines, ensuring they can keep pace with or even lead in AI development. Our mission is to nurture students with a broad vision and knowledge base who are resilient and possess problem-solving skill. All of these boil down to one thing: the future-shaping ability of our younger generation. With this mission in mind, we have pioneered 4 transdisciplinary and individualized major programs, integrating science, technology, arts, and humanities, so that students are able to explore diverse fields and find solutions that transcend conventional boundaries. Our faculty members leverage generative AI to guide students to explore skills, principles, and potential risk in creative writing. Our future social workers are being trained to use AI tools to help Then we find the analytical and counseling skills. Our history professors are employing AI technology to visualize the spatial dimension of historical events to provide a more dynamic learning experience. The momentum to leverage AI to teach and learn is most encouraging and unstoppable, to say the least. This symposium is just the beginning of the conversation. We will certainly continue a dialogue with different parties to explore the uncharted waters and engendered by generative AI. As a student of physics and an ardent believer of the beneficence of technology, I believe that the transformative power of AI can enable barrier-free communication between people from different cultures and unleash creativity from us all. At HKBU, we will continue our mission of nurturing talents, pushing the knowledge frontier, and sharing expertise with the community. With unwavering commitment and the concerted effort of the community, I have every confidence that we can all make a positive impact on the community, as well as the development of Hong Kong, our nation, the region, and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wai. Please be seated.
Thank you all for being part of an integral of this 2 days international symposium on humanities, societies, and digital future. We wish you the safe travel and hope that the conversation started here will continue to inspire and challenges us all.
Until next time,
Keep innovating.
keep inspiring.
Keep making a difference.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.